Media Group Station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Can I just watch football, please? And good Monday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salchunas, the Midday Show, 97.5 The Fanatic. What happened to just being able to watch a freaking game, man? You know, I know there's somebody listening at home right now going, well, you guys thrive off of this stuff. You guys love the drama. That's what leads to conversation. Man, there was no drama with coaches for the first 13 weeks of the season, and we had plenty to talk about. We talked about Jalen Hurts, his highs and lows. We talked about Brian Johnson ad nauseum. I can't even talk about Sean Desai anymore because he's no longer the defensive coordinator. It's now Matt Patricia. My God. You know, on Friday, I just remembered thinking, okay, I wish that we didn't have to wait until Monday because it's been a rough stretch for the Eagles. Getting blown out by the 49ers, getting blown out by the Cowboys. And there's worry going into Seattle, a place that Philadelphia hasn't necessarily thrived in. And so I was worried that we had to wait the extra day for our stress, our anxiety. But at least knowing Monday morning, waking up, it would be easy to just come into work and just talk about the game. And, put everything behind us and just focus on the game ahead of us. And on a football Monday, on a game day football Monday, we can't just do that. Because now we have to talk about potential turmoil at NovaCare. So over the weekend, Jay Glazer was first with it. It was confirmed by everybody here locally. Ian Rappaport had a big story on it. The Philadelphia Eagles have, I guess you could say, demoted Sean Desai. They tried wording it politically correct, that they wanted him to have a different look, right? Hey, you're not going to be calling plays on the sideline this upcoming weekend. You're going to go up to the booth, and you'll be able to see things a little bit differently. Maybe learn something. Get the hell out of here. He got demoted. He's going to the booth. He'll be some assistant for the team defensively. And Matt Patricia is now your defensive coordinator. And if you remember, going back in the summer, there was the weird moment where Patricia, it comes out, remember he was on the coaching, the Eagles put out their final roster and they put out the coaches. And Matt Patricia was on there and people were like, oh, hold on a second, what? Matt Patricia's on here. And then they deleted it because there was a lot to be discussed when it comes to that, including your captain, one of your captains in Darius Slay, not necessarily having the greatest relationship with his former head coach. And then Nick Sirianni had to talk about it during a press conference. He had to answer questions about it. He had to answer questions about Darius Slay. And, everybody's moved on. They've talked. They met. Blah, blah. Everybody's holly jolly. It's all great, right? And it was kind of fishy that they bring in Matt Patricia. Now, I remember first looking at it as this way. Like, all right, yeah, he was a mess of a head coach in Detroit. He was a terrible offensive coordinator because he's not an offensive coordinator. He's a defensive mind. They tried just doing the opposite of Juan Castillo. And so Patricia is an OC and it was just a mess. But I go, all right, the more successful bodies you can bring in, I guess that's never the worst thing. He's an assistant. He's not the defensive coordinator. We talked about it last week, though. Our man VT Ron, you talked about a little bit about it, Ray. Just the Denard Wilson factor and how players were upset when he was no longer here because they did not hire him as the defensive coordinator. It became Sean Desai's job. And then Patricia comes in, and we talked about this last week. It almost felt eerie to the Jim Schwartz, Doug Peterson thing. Doug Peterson is hired. Jim Schwartz is hired as defensive coordinator. But if things don't work with Doug, because Doug was the fourth option, everybody that they wanted was unavailable or didn't want the job. If it didn't work out with Doug Peterson, you have the next head coach waiting. He's just currently the defensive coordinator of your team. It almost felt like Matt Patricia being here could have been that same mindset. Where if it doesn't work with Sean Desai, you have a guy that has done it and has done it successfully. I know it was with Bill Belichick, which helps a lot, but he has done it successfully at one point, a couple points in his career. And so now you have this weird shift in the team when it comes to top on down. And I want to play something for you because Nick Sirianni obviously has been asked about this a lot, his confidence in Brian Johnson, which was something that we basically heard for the first 10 weeks of the season. And then because of the last two terrible performances by the defense, he was starting to be asked about it with Sean Desai. So here's Nick Sirianni talking about the confidence in his guys.
Total confidence. Obviously, that's why we hired him for the job. That's why I hired him for the job. I think we're really where it is. The yards pile up on you when you're giving up some third downs. The problem's everywhere there, right? Where we are on third down is, we got to coach him better. We got to put him in better spots. We got to detail it out for him. And we also got to execute better. So I think that's everybody's in on that. This is a team game. And when I'm talking about that, I'm talking about the good things that happen. But it's also the truth when bad things are happening too. To single somebody out and single one person out is not the right move here. It's how do we get better as a team? And we have to get better as a team. Make no mistake about it.
Well, he pretty much got singled out. It's funny that this week, that was said last week. Was that Monday or Wednesday? Or Tuesday, because I know the press conferences were different. It was Tuesday. All right, so that was the press conference Tuesday. He didn't speak on Monday because of the late Sunday night game. So he speaks on Tuesday. That was Tuesday. He says that Sean Desai is his guy. That's why we hired him. We don't want to single anybody out. 4 days later, they move on. And he's no longer the defensive coordinator. And I got tweets immediately when the news came out. Well, is Nick Sirianni... is he losing it a little bit because he lied to us and told us everybody was good? Or was this a decision above him? I'm not going to get into the rants that I got into years ago. When Nick Sirianni was first hired, I had no beef with the introductory press conference. But one of the things that really bothered me was how thankful he was of Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie. And I remember going, all right, was this guy brought in so that the puppet masters can work a little bit with this team? And we knew how involved Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie were after the Eagles won the Super Bowl. And it was a collective thing. Right? Once Chip Kelly was given the keys and the keys were taken back, it became a collective group effort. And it worked. They won a Super Bowl. And then went it downhill to the point where Doug Peterson's fired. Carson Wentz is no longer here. And so nothing has really been an issue the first 2 years under Nick Sirianni. Year one, they ran the football to get back to get into the playoffs, which, if you remember, there was the story in The Athletic a couple of years ago where Jeffrey Lurie was upset with Doug Peterson for running the football en route to a win against the Packers. So you go, all right, well, maybe they are just listening to the head coach. Last year, they won 14 games. There's no turmoil. The second you see any bit of adversity and now all of a sudden we make a change like that, I don't remember ever seeing a team not fire, but they basically fire a coordinator or a head coach this late into the season when the team's good based off of performance. There was no scandals, right? Sean Desai's not getting arrested, right? Nothing's happening, right? They're a 10-3 football team, but they lost the last 2 weeks, and now all of a sudden a change happens. And one of the things I saw a lot on social media was that this was a panic move. However, how many phone calls have we taken about fire Sean Desai, fire Brian Johnson? So the Eagles actually kind of did what a lot of you wanted. We talked about it on Friday. Is Sean Desai getting a little too much heat because of the personnel on the field? Well, he got burning embers this weekend. 610-632-0975 is the number to call it. Here's what we're going to talk about. Number one, do you believe the Eagles can get over this? Because this is now a freaking soap opera all of a sudden. I always talk about sports being the best reality TV. I was not expecting this episode, all right? I wasn't. Do you think the Eagles can get over this? This isn't week 5, man. They've played 13 games. We are 14 weeks into the season. They're about to play in week 15. And they're moving on from the defensive coordinator and hiring a guy who wasn't necessarily loved by one of the captains of this team. So do you think they can get over this? Number one. And number two, because it is a game day. So we are going to talk about the game as this show goes on, believe it or not. But let me ask you something about this game itself. If the Eagles go out there and win, and it's a good win, right? 2-3 scores. Like you feel, all right, they won that football game. They didn't squeak by. Does that matter to you? Or have they reached that Sixers territory, which we talked about last week? And that Sixers territory is wake me up when they get out of the second round. But for this team's case, it's wake me up when they play and beat the San Francisco 49ers. Does anything help you the rest of this way? You have 4 games left. 3 games where the teams won't be in the playoffs. The Seahawks still fighting. But they're fighting for a playoff spot. So 4 weeks left, lesser opponents. If the Eagles handle their business, do you feel good about that? Or are you doing the whole wake me up when? But the biggest thing at this point is, can they overcome what they just did, what they're going through? I'm going to play you audio we played a couple of times last week coming up next from Fletcher Cox about finding out what this team is made of. And we're going to follow that with a clip from Darius Slay in his podcast. Oh, God. And also Tim McManus. Because Tim McManus said something to me interesting on Friday before all this news broke. 610-632-0975. I'm Andrew Salchunas. I don't have the pregame show tonight. So today's show is being taken over by my friends at FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more. Sign up now using promo code pregame today. Usually I tell you promo code Fanatic, but it is a game day. So basically we're turning this into a pregame show. Enter promo code pregame. Coming up next, or following this segment, at the end of every break, something that Bob and I do during every pregame show. Ray, you're going to fill in for Bob. We're going to add legs to the parlay, and we're going to build an SGP and hopefully win thousands of dollars by the end of the day. You up for it?
Oh, I'm up for it.
All right, sounds good. We'll get into that coming up next. 610-632-0975, Andrew Salchunas, and this is 97.5 The Fanatic. And, of course, all our bets will be made on our FanDuel app. And as the weather gets colder, the NFL offers, well, they stay hot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. And if you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get on all the action. The app's super easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So in today's case, you're a first-time user, and you want to put your $5 down on the money line for the Eagles. They're minus 184. So a $5 bet would score you $2.72. But if this hits and you're a new user, you win $150. So visit FanDuel.com/pregame. That's FanDuel.com/pregame. FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. You got to be 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-trouble bonus bets that expires 7 days at the receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Man, what a weekend. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by FanDuel. This holiday season, all your wishes are coming true with FanDuel. Download the app now at FanDuel.com/pregame. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Eagles play the Seahawks on Monday Night Football tonight. If the back-to-back blowout losses didn't crush your spirit, well, this weekend definitely put a dent in the way you feel about this team. First up, Jalen Hurts is questionable for the game due to an illness that forced him to travel separate from the team. If that's not enough for you, Sean Desai was stripped of defensive play calling duties and sentenced up to the booth. Matt Patricia now taking over the defense. Oh, and by the way, Darius Slay, Zach Cunningham, Cam Jurgens, all out tonight. At least the Cowboys lost yesterday. Sixers back in action tonight. 76ers dominated bad basketball teams as of late, winning 6 straight games. Most recently, it was a 53-point victory over the Hornets on Saturday. Tonight, it's a matchup with the Bulls at 7. Catch the live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Flyers stayed hot over the weekend, beating the Red Wings 1-0 on Saturday night. They'll be back in action Tuesday night against the New Jersey Devils. This update is also brought to you by Family & Company Jewelers. Get a little extra action under the mistletoe this year with a gift from Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday diamond destination, Route 70 in Marlton, or at FamilyJewelers.com. Keep it locked here for all the latest news and information. I'm right on the home of the Sixers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Today's show is presented by FanDuel. Make every moment more. Use promo code pregame.
Listen to The Fanatic all week for the chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Sixers on their current homestand. Purchase tickets for any 76ers game at Ticketmaster.com/76ers.
Don't stand around. The curtain's coming down. Boy, this is good. So good, I'm all over it. Once again, Barbera is proud to support toysfortots.org.
That's Birds coach Nick's pick.
Coach Sirianni.
Boy, I guess. Follow that bear.
Gee,
Chiefs cheat.
Just $199 down, you're driving around Philly town.
That's a lease.
No, that is not a lease.
Row after row, ready to go.
Every vehicle Barbera's got helps support Toys for Tots.
ToysForTots.org. We're ladies and gentlemen serving ladies and gentlemen.
With prices so low and
Chiefs cheat.
Just $199 down, you're driving around Philly town.
And that's why Birds coach Nick picks Barbera.
Boy, I guess.
Hello? One more time for the money, honey. Once again, Barbera is proud to support ToysForTots.org.
Barbera.
Every vehicle Barbera's got
Chiefs cheat.
helps support Toys for Tots.
Oh, mama. Row after row, ready to go. Just $199 down, you're driving around Philly town.
Coach Sirianni, is Barbera the best? Boy, I guess.
Go Birds!
This week's Pro to Watch is brought to you by Bradford White. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best. I got to tell you that Nick Seeler has been a godsend to the Flyers defensive core. He's in the top 10 of the NHL in plus-minus, and the 30-year-old has been blocking shots, playing steady defense, and he's shocking the Flyers even with his career best start. One of the reasons the Flyers are surprising people around the league are standout performances like this. Can they sustain it over the next 50-plus games? I know I'll dream, and I'll be watching.
Bradford White water heaters have always been built to be the best, loaded with innovative features that separate them from the rest. And now, Bradford White tank-style water heaters give you additional peace of mind with Microban antimicrobial protection. How you heat your water matters, so don't settle for anything less than the proven performance of a Bradford White, the only water heaters with Microban antimicrobial technology. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and to find an installation pro near you.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-238-9518. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-238-9518. That's 800-238-9518. Again, 800-238-9518.
Always night pads are designed for a perfect night's sleep, so you can do your bear hugging a pillow thing, your free falling starfish thing, your burritoed in a blanket with the AC blasting thing. While Always night pads with rapid dry do their we've got your back with fast absorbency and up to 10 hours of protection thing. So while your period's doing its own thing, Always lets you do your sleep thing. Shop for Always in-store or online, wherever you get your pads.
O'Reilly! You've got questions? O'Reilly Auto Parts has answers. Need a pro you can trust? We've got that too. No matter what you need, our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more do. Hey! Tell them more Jew Irish whiskey, 40% alcohol, William Grant & Sons Inc., New York.
No matter what the weather, most of us need to get on the road every day and get going. So we need tires to depend on in any condition. No one understands that better than the dependable people at Mavis Discount Tire. At Mavis, we believe nothing builds more confidence while driving than having the right tires at the right price, so you can confidently handle the road ahead. Roll in for $200 off select sets of 4 Goodyear tires. Visit us at Mavis.com.
2023 is coming to a close, and Spring Dance Hot Tubs has got you covered this holiday season. All 2023 models must go. Enjoy up to $5,000 off on Hot Spring Spas, Caldera Spas, or any of the other amazing hot tub brands available to you exclusively at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Or relax and enjoy the many health benefits offered by a new sauna from Finleo. Save up to $2,000 on a new sauna for your home or business. All 2023 models must go. Save big now at any of Spring Dance Hot Tubs' 4 convenient locations, or visit springdancehotTubs.com.
Worried about holiday shopping this year? Don't be. You can mark off every name on your list with just one trip to the Berlin Farmers Market. Shop more than 75 local businesses, offering a huge selection of toys, jewelry, clothes, video games, electronics, candy, and sweets, along with loads of great restaurants to enjoy, all under one roof. The Berlin Farmers Market is decorated for the holidays and open every day through Christmas Eve. For hours, info, directions, and more, visit berlinfarmersmarket.com.
Jim McManus plays on one station in Philly, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Big pimpin', baby. 1021, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas, the Midday Show. On a Football Monday game day. Football Monday, believe it or not. Football Mondays on The Fanatic, presented by Pierce Phelps, Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopayBryant.com for flexible spending options and a new heating and cooling system. And, of course, if you want to keep that heat in as the winter weather approaches, even though it's 60 degrees out today, our 10 o'clock hour brought to us by Window Nation. Take advantage of Window Nation's 50% off sale on all style windows, plus make no down payment with no payments and no interest for 12 full months. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. So the question to start the show, do you have confidence in the Eagles that they can overcome this? All the turmoil, all the drama, all the issues. And, oh, by the way, the lack of good play the last 2 weeks. So I just saw a tweet from Zach Berman. The Ravens did something similar to what the Eagles are doing. This is what Z Berm tweeted out less than 10 minutes ago. In 2012, the Ravens were 9-4 when John Harbaugh dismissed Cam Cameron and promoted Jim Caldwell after back-to-back losses. A quote, when he was asked about it, "It's not about fair or unfair, right or wrong. My responsibility is to the whole team and what's best for them right now. We need a change." And, of course, the Ravens went on to win the Super Bowl that year. Z-Berm finishes the tweet off with, "It's not without precedent for a contending team to do this at this time, but the question becomes, are you making meaningful change or are you rearranging chairs?" And here's the deal. I know there's a lot of people that hate Matt Patricia. He was successful as the defensive coordinator with the Patriots. He also had Tom Brady as the quarterback, so they won a lot of games. But he also had Bill Belichick as the head coach. We also know how the Belichick tree works. Once people leave Foxborough, it doesn't really go all that well, which is why he was a failure in Detroit as a head coach. He's not the head coach here. He's the defensive coordinator. And if I'm looking for reasons to be happy or positive, we talked about this last week with Sean Desai getting too much heat. Well, when you allow as many touchdown drives as you do, straight, from one game into another, you have to be questioned a little bit. And I read an interesting article over the weekend from Tim McManus that I'll get to in a second. A lot of people don't really think the players were rocking with Sean Desai. And if you remember, when we had Jeff McClain on last week, he spoke with Josh Sweat one-on-one, and apparently Sweat may or may not have pointed to maybe some players who were playing for themselves and not for the team. So were those players just not rocking with Sean Desai? Is a question. So here's what I want to do. We're going to take a trip down memory lane, a couple of clips that we played last week. Well, one that we played last week, one that was a podcast that I didn't get to, and the other was something that was said on this show on Friday. But let me start off with something I played multiple times last week, because today's the day that he said, this is the game we're going to find out what this team is made of. Here's Fletcher Cox after the loss to the Cowboys, talking about this being the game where we find out the true character of the locker room.
Hard getting our way out, so it's one of the things, man. Tough, 2 in a row. I think the biggest thing for this team now is, really find out who the dudes are. And that's always the case. I've been part of teams where the dudes in the locker room, do something about it. And I've been a part of the team teams where it kind of crumbles. But now it's time to see the real leadership, the real players, the guys that's elite on this team, myself included, step up and do something about it. Get this team, another win.
Now, here's the thing. That's great. That's great. We'll find out what this team is made of tonight. Now, one of the players who is not playing tonight is one of your captains in Darius Slay. I make no bones about it. I'm one of the last defenders of Darius Slay, I think, in this city. I wanted him back. I was upset when he got released. I was happy when we found out that it was just to kind of rework the contract. I was glad that he came back. I'd rather have Darius Slay and James Bradbury than Josh Jobe and James Bradbury or Keely Ringo, and that's not revisionist history from what we've seen this year. Your Super Bowl window is open right now. I wanted to have two veteran cornerbacks that have had success in this league. And Darius Slay actually was pretty good last week. It was the week prior where the whole team was terrible, but he liked to point out that he made a lot of tackles. Now, leadership comes with being a captain. Duh. That's how you become a captain. You got to be a leader. And so Darius Slay on the podcast last week, remember the week prior was the Seth Joyner fiasco where he's doing the whole some guy named Seth Joyner, which I thought was disrespectful. Because, respect the guys that have played ahead of you, especially when they're Eagles Hall of Famers. Like, come on, man. This past week, take a listen to this clip, and we'll break it down a little bit.
Let me address this. I saw a photo on the internet with a trash can with me and my boy James Bradbury on there. Come on now. Like, come on. And y'all know I'm a big-time troller. I like to have fun. I ain't take it personally at all. So you see that as my profile pic. I think it's a nice pic, man. So come on now. I'm a troller, and I like to have fun, man. I think it was a good joke, man, good funny, but I think I played pretty good. I think I done had a very, very solid game, man. I think I had like 2 or 3 PBUs, making plays, no catches, no nothing. Come on now. Out of all days, you want to put the trash can out there when I had a perfect game. I could have did a lot of stuff better, but maybe could have picked the ball, could have made some other plays, but overall, the game was great by me. You know what I'm saying? But as a team, we play worth the.
Now, that's the worst part, though. All right. That dude that had the trash cans out there is an a-hole. We talked about it. It was wrong. The dude that was out there was like, oh, check this out, guys. I'm going to go down there with a trash can. Yeah, that's what Philly's all about. And he probably got a high five from a couple of his buddies, right? That dude's a jerk-off for doing that. I'll be completely honest. But Darius Slay going on his podcast and talking about, I think that's funny. Like, I'm glad that he did it, even though it gave this dude attention that he probably wanted. But he goes on the podcast, and I don't care that he talked about it. And I don't even care that he said, man, you picked the wrong week for you to put my name on there when I actually played pretty well. I was cool up until that point. It's the very end of that clip where he talks about, man, I played a damn near perfect game. Now, the rest of this team, we didn't play like, we played like bleep. Dude. You could have just taken another approach. Just like you could have taken another approach with the Seth Joyner thing. Hey, I respect Seth's opinion. He's a legend in the city, legend in Eagle uniform. I may not necessarily agree with him. We're going to work on making things right. You could have still said you didn't agree with him and then said that we're going to try to get better. Because you gave up 42 points to the 49ers, so your team stunk that day. As a captain, bro, you can't talk about how great I was, but everyone else was bad. Remember, Joel Embiid got a lot of heat for the me and James can't do this alone, even though that clip was taken out of context because he was talking about a lot of other things. But that clip, like, Joel Embiid got eviscerated for that. I almost feel like a lot of people were letting Darius Slay, go by with this. Dude, you're a captain, man. I can't have you talking about how great you were in a game in which your team gave up 33 points and also talk about how you were the leading tackler in a game in which your team gave up 42. That's not leadership, man. Jalen Hurts could throw 4 touchdowns for 400 yards, run for 3 of them, and they would lose by a field goal, and he would have said how he needed to do something different. That's leadership. especially when you're got a camera in front of you. And you weren't in your locker room at the heat of the moment. No, you were in a controlled environment. You were at your house or wherever you record. And that's your response? Now, I don't think this is the reason why the locker room is in shambles right now. I just use that as a bad example when Fletcher Cox says, we'll see what this team is made of, and then one of your captains is talking about how great he's been, and the rest of the team has not played well. Like that's not good leadership. And Fletcher Cox in that clip said, we'll see what these leaders are all about. We'll see who the elite players are all about. Well, I'm not really all that thrilled that your captain is not really showing by example, being a leader right now. Last thing I want to play with you, and then we'll open up the phone lines at 610-632-0975, and then I'll get to Ray, who's been worried about this game since the schedule came out. So I had Tim McManus on Friday, and I kind of walked him through everything. Fletcher Cox's comments on Sunday, the Derek Gunn report about the anonymous player saying that the offense has become predictable, Josh Sweat apparently pointing fingers, McManus himself asking a question about cornerbacks, talking about the defense being simplified, not in a negative way, because I confirmed that with him, but more so in a way where it was like, yeah, that was the game plan. They talked about it. But maybe the players didn't agree with the defense being simplified under Sean Desai. And so I asked Tim McManus about the state of the locker room on Friday, and this is what he had to say.
Yeah, here's what I'll say about the state of the locker room from my vantage point. I think it's teetering. I think that this is a very important game because right now, let's go to another comment, even before, like after the first loss to the 49ers, where Fletcher Cox said the biggest thing is that we have to all stick together. That to me felt a little bit weird because it's like, they were 10-2 at that point. It's like, why are they already talking about sticking together? And then offensively, as we know, they sputtered. And when that starts to happen and losses start to pile up, that's when everybody starts questioning things. For me, this is a very, very important week. If they go on the road and take care of business against the Seahawks, I feel like everything kind of smooths out. If they lose or if they get blown out, then I think that's where the questions get louder. The rumblings that you already seem like you're starting to hear are going to, I think, bubble to the surface more, and tensions are going to increase, and it has the chance to fall apart.
This is a 10-3 football team we're talking about. The last 2 weeks were terrible, but this is a 10-3 football team, which means if the locker room was teetering after 2 losses, the locker room was already probably starting to teeter before that. And, I don't think I'm overreacting when I say that because you yourself, the listener, the caller, the tweeter, the emailer, the YouTube commenter, all of you, have pointed at things that haven't been going well for the Eagles, even when they were 10-1. Play calling, game plan defensively, having guys off the line of scrimmage, maybe not giving guys the opportunities to make plays. There have been a lot of finger pointing from us, the fans. They're also human. I know winning is the main thing. Keep the main thing the main thing. That's what Jalen Hurts tells us over and over again. Well, the main thing the last 2 weeks was you lost and you were outclassed. So Tim McManus also had a story over the weekend. This after the news that Matt Patricia was taking over. To which he wrote the following. There has been a sense of unease in the Philadelphia locker room despite being tied for the top record in the NFL. A team source described, quote, too much finger pointing among teammates following a pair of blowout losses to the San Francisco 49ers and Dallas Cowboys over the past 2 weeks, and not enough focus on the collective good of the team. I remind you what Jeff McClain and Josh Sweat talked about. There was a sense that frustrations were mounting, in particular among some players on the defense. I remind you that Darius Slay's talking about how great he's playing, but not so much the rest of the team. Veteran leaders have been stressing the importance of staying together as the Eagles prepare for the stretch run beginning Monday night in Seattle. Ray Dunn, you're already not thrilled about this game, period. Can they overcome all this crap that is currently taking place with the team?
Can they? Sure, why not? Do I think they will? No. This is too much. I mean, I've just seen too much now. There's too much piling on of what's going on with this team right now. You're 10-3, and we have a change basically a change of coordinator. I understand titles could remain the same, but basically
they made a change.
You've
Sean Desai
sentenced the guy.
Sean Desai got demoted.
Yeah.
Let's call it like it is.
That, on top of the fact that there's and the players all having this little there's finger pointing here, finger pointing there. It's tense inside of there, and I'm supposed to believe that Matt Patricia is the one that's going to put all these players back on the same page. When one thing we know about the time in Detroit, I don't think there were a lot of people on the same page with him.
Yeah.
A lot of people that enjoyed working with him. And if they because I think it was McLean that said the players like Desai the guy, they just don't think he,
they don't think he has
the
confidence. Yeah.
Doesn't seem like he commands the room the way you would want. Patricia, never from the Belichick tree, doesn't strike me as much of a player's coach.
No.
Where it's, this is that it's going to buy you all back in.
No, it's handle your business.
Right. This to me was, we have to do something to light something inside of this locker room to get something going. Because it's teetering. We're making changes. And now you go into this matchup against the Seahawks on the road where I don't like the game at all. And that's the thing. I don't like this game, and this game feels way too important for a sub-500 team when you're 10-3 and entered the weekend tied for the best record in football. Feels way too important of a game.
Now, let me ask this question, because I know a lot of people, I'm sure you heard it as well. You worked, when did the news break? Sunday? So you did your show last night.
Yeah.
Was there a lot of people complaining about the panic move? Because that's what a lot of people are terming it.
Me.
Okay.
Panic.
Okay. Devil's advocate. Last week we did, you call it Tuesday. I'll do a devil's advocate when it comes to all this. You may not have been calling for Sean Desai's job, right?
No.
There were Eagles fans that were calling
Correct.
for Sean Desai's job. You got what you wish for. They weren't going to bring in an outside guy. So you're promoting a guy who once was a defensive coordinator in this league and a successful defensive coordinator with Bill Belichick and a dynasty, right? If it works, it could be a genius move. Now, the backup quarterback theory, the backup goaltender theory. This time it's just a backup defensive coordinator theory, or the interim, because we've seen that happen in sports before too. You're also doing this with a playoff team. They are still a playoff team. They officially clinched yesterday a playoff spot. Woo. So they're in the playoffs, right? If there's some new juice on defense today, minus Darius Slay and Zach Cunningham, who, as you said in the update, are both out for tonight's game. But if there's some new juice in this team, maybe it's a genius move. If it doesn't work, you could point to the fact that the Eagles' defense was already kind of in shambles. I don't know. I get panic move. I understand why people are freaking out, but a lot of you got your wish.
Well, yeah, and I said this last night. We're very good at the get rid of conversation. We struggle at the replacement conversation. We love to fire people. We're not telling you who we're hiring next. We love to say let players go. We don't necessarily have the plan to replace them. This, to me, is the last-ditch effort. And remember when we were talking about, I think we talked about last week, the standing ovation for Turner? We were both like, well, where do you go beyond this? Where do you go beyond what you've just done?
Yeah, if it doesn't work.
Like, this is the desperation. This is break glass in case of emergency. Like, this is, okay, I guess we made a mistake in who we hired, so now we're going to give Matt Patricia control of what's happening here. And, he's got experience in this league. Maybe he'll figure it out. And also, the report came out, I think it was during our last break, Rappaport talking about the fact that Geno Smith might be closer to a long shot to play. If the defense today performs well against Drew Lock, are we supposed to believe that everything's fixed?
No, but I think if you get a swagger back in your locker room, I mean, look, they look swagless on defense right now. They do.
Does this team need to beat up on Drew Lock to get swagger back?
It might not even just be beating up. It might be a different game plan. Like, how many times have we talked about players not really being in the... They don't force turnovers. They don't. They had a couple of fumbles in the beginning of the season and then a couple punch-outs against the Chiefs. Very few amount of turnovers. If I were to guess right now, because I didn't look, probably around 25th in the league in forced turnovers.
Oh, yeah, listen.
That's just my guess.
I'm not telling you it's been an exceptional defensive effort and how could you dare do this to Sean Desai? No. It was a colossal failure the last 2 weeks. It was. And I think, honestly, I pointed back to the Bills game. Last week when you were telling me, can this be fixed, looking at the last three games, I was, kind of lost for answers with what they've been able to do. But sometimes I think you making change for the sake of making change isn't the route to go. And that's what this feels like. This feels like somebody in that building, and I'm hard-pressed to believe it's Nick Sirianni. Somebody in that building flinched, looked at this season and said,
well, that's the thing.
We're inside the window right now.
And who was that somebody?
And we have to make a change. And we have to make a change because we need something to right the course. Not because it's necessarily the thing that will save us, but because there's something that needs to set this team up for success going forward. And that, to me, once you flinch, once you make that panic move, that again, this to me feels like we are desperate to find something that'll change our fortunes.
It may be. By the way, total guess, tied 25th with the Detroit Lions. I'm a football guy.
Yeah, that's right.
Only 15 turnovers this year.
Yeah.
15, man. And so maybe Matt Patricia changes something up where now all of a sudden guys can make more plays defensively. I don't know. I'm not sitting here trying to say, wow, this was a great move. But a lot of you got what you wanted. You know, I'm sure that dude, that knucklehead outside of NovaCare with the fire to size sign, as messed up as that was, I'm sure he's not the only Eagles fan that had that opinion. I thought the side was dealing with lack of personnel. The Eagles clearly think differently. And that's the biggest thing. They're not making this move just because he doesn't have confidence. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't like a, hey, you know, why don't you take a week off? You know how sometimes you're down dumps, and maybe not this job, but some jobs say, take a week off, take a mental week, right? They're not doing that. No, they're saying, hey, you're not getting the job done, and we have a guy that we hired, maybe not for this instance, but we did hire you with very little experience, and we do have a guy in the background with a lot of experience. They did this move for a reason.
They did it for a reason, and I'm very, very interested to see the chain reaction of whoever.
If it works out.
Well, this season, obviously I'm very intrigued in it. The relationship and the precedent it sets in the working relationship between the coaches and, again,
Desai can't be back next year.
No. He can't be back next year. But even beyond that, Nick Sirianni, as much as I think he is absolutely full of it when he goes to the podium,
yes,
I do believe in the stand by my guy things. I'm, again, hard-pressed to believe this is his decision. That, to me, starts to question the working relationship because the last time we got talking about a coach that stuck with his coaches and the working relationship of him and the upper management here, well, that era ended pretty quickly, and the new normal never came to fruition.
It sure did.
So that's the question that I start to pose, and that's also probably part of the reason I moved down towards the dark place with all of this happening right now, why it feels like a panic move.
They're a 10-3 football team, believe it or not. 610-632-0975. Listen, no vault today. It's a game day. And there's enough bleep to get into when it comes to this football team. So no vault, but coming up next, as it is a game day, we will also focus on the game itself a little bit. I promise you. More thoughts on everything going on. I see David doesn't understand the angst. And that kind of goes back to what I was saying. A lot of you actually, I think, got your wish. You're just upset with who the replacement is. Let's talk about that next. 610-632-0975. This show being taken over, presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more. Sign up now using promo code PREGAME. Ray, here's what we're going to do. We're going to add a leg to a parlay throughout the rest of the show, every break. And I'll get one started, and I will give you, where's receptions at? Total receptions. I know Hurts is a little under the weather. That means you got to go to your guy, A.J. Brown. Over 6.5 receptions.
All right, I like it. Now, with him being under the weather, might want to get the ball out a little bit quicker. And they also mentioned using DeAndre Swift a little bit more in the passing game.
Ooh.
25-plus yards right now is plus 230. And that is screaming my name.
At 25-plus?
25-plus receiving yards for DeAndre Swift, plus 230.
All right.
Throw that on.
We're going to have to throw that in there. And, of course, you can do all of this on your FanDuel Sportsbook app. As the weather gets colder, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. You've been thinking about joining FanDuel. There's no better time to get on with the action. The app's super easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. You just heard that. Over-under receiving yards. Or no, is this the alt receiving yards?
Alt receiving yards, 25+.
All right, the alt receiving yards for DeAndre Swift, 25+, gets you a plus 230. If you wanted to get crazy and do 40+, that would get you a plus 680. They're not allowing any more. But plus 230 right away. Just our two-leg parlay of A.J. Brown over 6.5 receptions and DeAndre Swift over 25-plus receiving yards. A $10 bet wins you $51. It's the fun you can have on your FanDuel app. Just visit FanDuel.com/pregame. That's FanDuel.com/pregame. FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. You got to be 21-plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Is it game time yet? I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by FanDuel. This holiday season, all your wishes are coming true with FanDuel. Download the app now at FanDuel.com/pregame. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Eagles play the Seahawks on Monday Night Football. And if the back-to-back blowout losses didn't crush your spirit yesterday, well, that might have pushed you closer to that point. First up, Jalen Hurts questionable for the game due to an illness that forced him to travel separate from the team this weekend. If that's not enough for you, Sean Desai was stripped of play calling duties on the defensive side and was sentenced to the booth. Matt Patricia now will take over the defense. Oh, and by the way, Darius Slay, Zach Cunningham, and Cam Jurgens are all out tonight. At least the Cowboys lost yesterday. Sixers back in action tonight. 76ers been dominating bad basketball teams as of late, winning 6 straight games. Most recently, it was a massive victory over the Hornets on Saturday. Tonight, it's a matchup with the Bulls at 7. Catch the live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Flyers stayed hot over the weekend, beating the Red Wings 1-0 on Saturday night. They'll be back in action Tuesday night against the New Jersey Devils. This update is also brought to you by Boost Infinite. Boost Infinite's new wireless technology gives you 3 networks for the price of 1 and better service at a lower price. Visit boostinfinite.com. That's boostinfinite.com. Keep it locked here for all the latest news and information. I'm Ray Dunn, the home of the Sixers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic.
The football insiders are here. ESPN's Adam Schefter, Wednesday morning at 8.
The last 2-3 games, they haven't had a big lead, and so they have not been able to unleash the pass rush at all. When is the last time that this team played with a lead and they could cater to the strength of their defense?
ESPN's Tim McManus covering the Birds. Updates every Wednesday at 4.
Last year, they had it down. They would go down and they would score early. Remember like that crazy second quarter statistic that they had rolling?
Oh, yeah.
They would just
Media Group Station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic.
10:53. 97.5 The Fanatic Midday Show. I'm Andrew Salchunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Today's show being presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more. You can sign up now using promo code pregame because this is the pregame day. Right? We don't have the show tonight. We have Sixers basketball tonight, so we don't have a pregame show tonight. Normally do it with Bob Cooney and Pat Egan. So today is kind of going to be the pregame show. And the first hour of the show today, we've been talking about good housekeeping. We've been talking about drama. We haven't even been talking about the game itself because there has been so much going on. And, of course, we will continue to react to it with you on the phones at 610-632-0975. But before I get to the phones, by the way, no vault today, so go ahead and call in. We're going to continue the conversation. Forget the drama for a second, which I know is very hard. I see Ray in there shaking his head.
I won't forget it.
Forget the drama for a second. Going into this game tonight, you were already not feeling all that great.
Nope. Scheduled loss. Shout out to my man Doc Rivers.
Jalen Hurts, under the weather, questionable. He'll play. Had to take a separate plane to Seattle because he didn't want to get the rest of the team sick. So you have a defense that's been struggling. It looks like Geno Smith might not play. I saw the report that you saw. He's a long shot, so it might be Drew Lock. So you got that wild card backup quarterback who actually was okay against the 49ers, and that was against a good 49ers defense. With DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Kenneth Walker, got a lot of weapons on that team. Against an Eagles defense that's been struggling. Your quarterback is under the weather to the point where he had to take his own flight. And you're going to Seattle. How you feeling going into tonight's game, Ray?
Oh, just lovely. Oh, just wonderful. I'm so excited. No, I'm in a dark place, man. I'm a scared little child when it comes to this game tonight. I don't love it at all. I never loved the spot of it. I don't love the fact that my quarterback is sick. I don't love the fact that there's finger pointing going on in a defense that has not been good. I don't love the fact that they just decided, you know what, at 10-3, we're going to turn things over to Matt Patricia because that's going to solve all of our problems. And, oh, by the way, if the defense looks good over the next couple of games, who are they going against? Drew Lock and then DeVito and the Cardinals. So, woohoo. Like, you're going to have to do a lot. I'm going to have to do a lot of gymnastics to work my way back into feeling good.
I hear you. Now, one of my things that I was all fired up about last week was I thought this was a get-right game for the offense. Now Hurts is sick.
Yep.
I forgive me. I think they should still put up points tonight. This should not be a game, and with all due respect to Hurts and his health, because, when I'm sick, I'm a bitch. Right, I don't handle it well. He has to go play football. Okay?
Fly across the country.
To
rainy, cold Seattle.
I survive off Advil. He's got fluids and all kinds of other stuff that could probably help him out going into tonight's game. It doesn't mean it's going to be any better. I still expect the Eagles offense to put up points tonight. Am I going to be as over happy like I was last week? Like when I was telling you, I'm going to bet a bunch of overs. Good thing I haven't put anything in yet because now Jalen Hurts is sick. But, man, it's kind of like last week for me. I don't see the defense stopping anybody anytime soon, and that's with Drew Lock at quarterback. The Eagles' offense is going to need to put up points. And so I'm holding on hope to the Eagles' offense once again because I don't think they're going to fumble the ball 3 times and drop 2 touchdown passes. And I don't think Hurts will be a guy that's going to be totally hampered by the illness. I would hope.
Me too. I would hope too. I don't think he's going to be totally hampered by it. I think they'll put up points.
I think they're going to put up points. Can they get to 27 tonight? I think they can.
I think they can.
You have a lot of weapons. You had the extra day of rest. Scariest thing is Cam Jurgens out tonight, right guard. It's either Opeta or Steen. I haven't seen anything that's
and right guard in Seattle with the
with the loud noise, the 12th man.
Well, engineered fan noise. Yeah.
Yeah. So, hey, It's game day. We can talk about the game as well. But, of course, all the drama surrounding the Eagles. Phone lines are open, 610-632-0975. Let's go to David in San Antonio. David, you're on the Fanatic.
Hey, no panic mode for me. I love the move because if you see something going wrong, you got to take steps to fix it. You just can't stay the course. I don't see it as rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic because we haven't hit the iceberg yet. The iceberg is when if we lose 2 more games. I actually love the move. To me, it shows how he is a genius. Like, who has a backup coordinator? That's crazy to me. It shows vision. Maybe that'll be the trend. They say, it's unprecedented. Well, there's your precedent right now. People will start having extra coordinators like backup quarterbacks or bullpen pitchers. I love it. Love the move, man.
So you're happy with. Look, I'm going to hold on to Patricia actually being successful as a defensive coordinator in the past. So like, I don't think there were a lot of people that were saying panic move. Well, you got, but a lot of people also wanted to decide fired. So I feel like a lot of people got what they wished for.
Well, actually, I'm one of them who I'm more concerned about Brian Johnson, because like you say, he's got everybody. He's got every tool within his reach, and he can't do anything with it. Like we said, we lost a lot of pieces last year in the defense. So, yeah, you could kind of give Desai a pass, but you couldn't because he's basically last in every statistical category.
Right.
So they had to do something to shake up that locker room. And I'm with your guest who said the main problem to me is the finger pointing. I haven't seen that in my Eagles locker room in ages.
You saw it a couple of years. You saw it a couple of years ago with Alshon Jeffrey and Carson Wentz. And thanks for the call, dude. Like, you saw it recently, and Ray brought it up. The scary thing is, like, we did just see this, and we saw what unfolded. Now, one of my things that I'm wondering, not worried about, wondering, because David just said he thought Howie Roseman was a genius for having a backup defensive coordinator. Who hired Sean Desai? The head coach is normally Jeffrey Lurie's decision. So Nick Sirianni's choices of coordinators, I guess. I'm sure he also sits in the room with Howie and Jeff. Like, they're not just going to be like, hey, you do whatever you want, right? Now, Sean Desai also made sense in terms of the organizational philosophy of bend but don't break, don't pressure all that often. So, is there an organizational flaw with that philosophy? Does Matt Patricia fit into what they want? I looked up Matt Patricia, as a defensive coordinator of the New England Patriots. In terms of takeaways, they were middle of the pack pretty much every single year, except for his first year. They were actually second. But I wonder if that changed, as the years went on. The Eagles are bottom 5. Sorry, they're 25th, so bottom 7 in the league in turnovers this year. Is Matt Patricia now getting the keys to the defense? Or does he also still have to fit under what the Eagles want? We're going to find that out tonight. But can you also do what you want when Darius Slay's out? One of your better corners.
And are we just going to throw everything out and try an entire organizational shift in the last 4 weeks of a season in which you're 10-3 and have Super Bowl expectations?
Was it working before, though?
But can you make that shift appropriately and in time? Like, you think about how long they went into this. Clearly, communication's not working. Clearly, there's deficiencies on this defense. Can you take an entire defensive approach and shift it within the last month of a season going into the postseason? And can you do that efficiently where you also win the number of games that you need to secure your spot?
I don't know if it's a total shift because Patricia's been here all year. So he knows what they want.
Which is also the other thing.
It comes down to tweaks then.
Patricia's been here. Is he like the shy kid in class that knows the correct answer but doesn't want to be the smartest kid in the room? Like, something bad happens, he's sitting there like, oh, I knew that was going to happen, but I didn't want to say anything. Like, have they not been listening to him before, and now it's all the ears turned towards him?
Or has he been going to offices and saying, I can do a better job.
And is that the type of leader I want on my team? When we're talking about finger pointing in the locker room, do I want finger pointing amongst my coaching staff?
No, but that's the beauty of a coaching staff, I guess. Like Jonathan Gannon, according to his story,
which is
told Nick
crap.
Sirianni to hand over the keys to play calling,
which it's part.
Shane Steichen, and it worked.
He also has this slice of blame in all this as well.
Well, of course, because he screwed over the Eagles, and it should have been Vic Fangio to begin with as a defensive coordinator, and then you have to hire Desai because that wasn't their original guy, which is why they probably, let's face it, they probably hired Patricia for potentially this reason. A, to help out the young guy. Because I know Desai was a defensive coordinator before this, but this is his first real job. And then, in case it doesn't work, they do have a fallback plan.
And if this doesn't work, is next season going to be another rookie coordinator?
Yeah, because Desai can't come back.
I can't imagine him taking. If he struggled with confidence before this, good luck walking in front of that room one more time after all this happened.
Right, exactly. Especially when there's finger pointing already going on inside the locker room. Again, the blur from the Tim McManus story that came out over the weekend. There's been a sense of unease in the Philadelphia locker room despite being tied for the top record in the NFL. A team source described, quote, too much finger pointing among teammates following a pair of blowout losses to the 49ers and Cowboys over the past 2 weeks and not enough focus on the collective good of the team. There's a sense that frustrations were mounting in particular among some players on the defense. Now, was that also game plan? We'll get our answer tonight. Let's go to Mike in Charleston. Mike, you're on The Fanatic.
Yo, what's up, guys?
How you doing, Mike?
So something interesting that I don't think we're talking enough about. None of this makes sense, first of all. Like, this is ridiculous. In the normal scheme of a football season, like changing coordinators this time of year doesn't make any sense. But I like the idea of having Patricia kind of on the bench waiting. So two things. One, is this one of those things where, like, you sit down your starting quarterback just to let him see the game from the sideline, and then you put him back in the following week so that, he can make corrections? But also, I think about the timing of this and think about when they announced it. Desai used to work for the Seahawks, and I know there was talk earlier last week about, is he going to be predictable? Is Pete Carroll or whoever's calling the offense over there, do they know his tendencies? So I think waiting so long to make the announcement that Patricia was going to be the defensive coordinator could help us tremendously. But I didn't hear what you guys thought about that.
I heard the morning show talking about this today too. And I don't buy it just because, like, you're replacing him with a big name in Matt Patricia, right? And and let's say it goes really well, you're not going to be able to go back to Desai. And he was only there for a year, and he was an associate defensive head coach. Like, how much say did he really have? Obviously, he's a part of the team. I think that, you want to talk about panic move? Panic move isn't going from Desai to Matt Patricia. Panic move is going, oh my God, the defense has been bad the last 2 weeks, and he's about to go up against the team he coached for 1 year. That, to me, would be a over-the-top panic move.
That's a good point.
I like your thinking. It's next level. I like your thinking. And we know Nick Sirianni, Mr. Competitive Advantage, right? He says it at every press conference.
That's what I'm saying. And I had messaged the morning show last week or a couple weeks ago about, hey, are they playing a vanilla defense simply to, not show anything for the playoffs? But let me touch on one thing. But this is the worst scenario for us in a good way. Mariota plays tonight. They win the game. Guess who we got to listen to all the rest of the week?
David Carr. Yeah, I'm good thing I'm working a short week. Thanks for the call, Mike. I'm off Thursday, Friday. Technically Wednesday, too, which I'll explain why at some point, as long as I get the okay for it. I wouldn't want that. I don't think Mariota's going to play unless, obviously, something happens in the game, which, knock on wood, that doesn't happen. Yeah, that'd be terrible. I heard the morning show talking about that Desai thing, too. The amount of coaches that have coached with different teams, nobody's done this before. That's not the case.
It not being reported till Sunday is competitive advantage.
Yes, that's right.
That's your competitive advantage right there. The fact that it wasn't reported. And the fact, no surprise, no coincidence that all this was leaked and dropped Sunday while all the beats were probably in the air trying to get themselves to Seattle. There's a lot of Wi-Fi was probably purchased on planes over the last 24 hours.
I would imagine that. Yeah, but I don't think they did that on purpose.
What? The timing?
Well, no, I don't think they got rid of Desai because they're worried Pete Carroll.
I was going to say, the timing to me is all very intentional.
I'm talking going back to Mike's point.
Yeah.
I don't think they're moving Desai off the sideline because Pete Carroll, he worked for a year. And then what? Like, you're not going to go back to him next week. Like, no, this is done. Like, Matt Patricia's your defensive coordinator the rest of the season. If they go back to Sean Desai, that's going to be one of the weirdest things I've ever seen in sports.
It's already pretty weird.
It's already pretty weird. Well, we read the Zach Berman tweet earlier in the show. The Ravens did this in 2012 when they won the Super Bowl. They were never going to go back to the guy they originally had. Imagine getting demoted for a week and then getting re-promoted. No, that's not happening. All right, we'll continue the conversation. We'll reset what we got into. I'll play you some of the clips that we played earlier today to set up the show because there's turmoil. Right now, like, let's face it, it is uneasy. And Tim McManus said it best on Friday, and we'll play that clip again coming up next, that the locker room is teetering. And this is a panic move, whatever you want to call it. This is a big shakeup for a team that's 10-3 that still has Super Bowl aspirations. It's a big shakeup. And now all of a sudden you got a big game Monday night where if you lose, you've lost 3 straight games. And let me remind you, the 49ers won yesterday. And let me also remind you that the Cowboys lost. So if you win, you're back in the driver's seat. Today's show being taken over by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more. Sign up now using promo code pregame. Let's add 2 more legs to the SGP. Ray, I'm just going to do it. I'm going to get it out of the way. Eagles money line. They're winning tonight.
Nice.
I'm getting it out of the way.
All right, great. I'll go where you were going earlier with the Eagles point total. Okay. 24.5 is the total right now. I'll go with the over.
You'll go with the over. Eagles total points. All right. You add all that on your FanDuel Sportsbook app. I'll tell you what the $10 bet is giving us right now in a second, because as the weather gets colder, the NFL offers, they stay hot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get on all the action. The app's super easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So far, our 4 legs in the parlay. A.J. Brown's over in receptions. DeAndre Swift alternate receiving yards at 25+. Eagles money line, Eagles over in team total points, which is 24.5. A $10 bet right now scores you $132. But if you were going with the $5 money line bet as a new user, $5 on a money line winner like this would get you $2, but in this case, $150. So visit FanDuel.com/pregame. That's FanDuel.com/pregame. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. You got to be 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is not trouble bonus bets that expires 7 days at the receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Man, what a weekend. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by FanDuel. This holiday season, all of your wishes are coming true with FanDuel. Download the app now at FanDuel.com/pregame. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Eagles play the Seahawks on Monday Night Football tonight. Back-to-back blowout losses for the Eagles had a lot of people on shaky ground with the team, and, well, the weekend worth of news did not help with that. Jalen Hurts, first up, he's questionable for the game due to an illness that forced him to travel separate from the team. The good news on that one, Ian Rappaport pointed that he is likely to play in tonight's game, but with that, there was still plenty to be concerned about. Let's start with that defense. Sean Desai stripped of his defensive play calling duties, sentenced to the booth now. Matt Patricia on the sidelines and taking over the defensive play calling, and in effect, pretty much taking over the defense from this point on. And on top of that, you're going to be without Darius Slay, Zach Cunningham, and Cam Jurgens all out tonight. But the good news also from this weekend, the Cowboys lost to the Bills in blowout fashion. Eagles with a win, right back in that top spot alone in the NFC East. Sixers back in action tonight, dominating bad basketball teams as of late. They've won 6 straight. Most recently was the big win over the Hornets on Saturday. Tonight it's a matchup with the Bulls at 7. Catch the live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Flyers stayed out over the weekend, beating the Red Wings 1-0. They'll be back in action against the New Jersey Devils on Tuesday night. This update's also brought to you by Dell Technologies. Alienware's holiday event starts now. For a limited time, go beyond performance on select gaming laptops featuring Intel Core processors. Shop now at alienware.com/deals. Keep it locked here for the latest news and information. I'm Ray Dunn for 97.5 The Fanatic.
Today's show is presented by FanDuel. Make every moment more. Use promo code PREGAME.
Join Ricky Batalico and WMMR's Marissa Magnata Wednesday at 2 p.m. for the Feast of the Seven Fishes, presented by Baroni Fini Wine at Il Villaggio Italian Restaurant in Cherry Hill. Enjoy an incredible 3-course meal with a delicious Italian wine pairing. Visit the events page on 97.5thefanatic.com to purchase tickets.
Hey, it's Ricky Bo, and I want to tell you, construction sites are notoriously dangerous. It's not just the frequency of accidents that happen, it's the severity of the injuries that result. Whether the accident is caused by poorly maintained equipment, ignored safety regulations, faulty materials, weak scaffolding, or exposed electrical hazards, the employer is often negligent and at fault. But they'll try and blame the employee in order to escape potential liability. That's why, as soon as you experience an accident, you need to call 1-800-JUSTICE and get a free consultation from the personal injury experts at Swartz Culleton. You may be eligible for more than just workers' compensation. If there's a third-party liability from property owners, equipment manufacturers, or other contractors on site, they'll find it, and they'll make sure you are properly reimbursed for recovery, rehabilitation, loss of income, plus non-financial aspects like pain, suffering, and emotional distress. Need to know more? Visit SwartzCulleton.com or call 1-800-JUSTICE. In this David versus Goliath battle, they're the ones carrying a big slingshot.
Relationships are built on trust. At McLaughlin Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, we keep our customers happy by keeping our word. That means we've got your back with 24-hour emergency service. It means your new HVAC system will be installed on time and on budget. At McLaughlin, we take pride in our work and our word. Sound like a good relationship fit for you? Visit us online at McLaughlinPHC.com. McLaughlin Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, a Carrier factory authorized dealer. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
I'm going to give the gift of glow this holiday season with a gift card from Hand and Stone Massage and Facial Spa. You buy a spa package and you get a free massage or facial gift card. I know that my wife or my daughter is going to enjoy the tranquility of massage services and the rejuvenating glow that their facial services provide. Why don't you visit any one of their 60 Philadelphia area Hand and Stone Massage and Facial Spa locations or search for the location nearest you to view their exclusive online offers. Restrictions do apply. See the spa for more details.
When my daughter gets a cold, I have a secret weapon. Dayquil Kids Berry from Vicks. Dayquil Kids is specially formulated to treat kids' most bothersome cold and cough symptoms quickly. And the best part is that Dayquil Kids Berry tastes really great. Aren't you supposed to be resting? Maybe.
Dayquil Kids Berry. The Kids Berrylicious daytime congestion, coughing, stuffy head, stuffy nose, just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6 years plus.
O'Reilly! You've got questions? O'Reilly Auto Parts has answers. Need a pro you can trust? We've got that too. No matter what you need, our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. Y'all gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency. On low Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
We interrupt your regularly scheduled brake squealing for this breaking news bulletin. Right now, get 50% off brake pads and shoes at your local Meineke Car Care Center. For tires, brakes, batteries, exhaust, and more, trust Meineke. Doing car care right.
Celebrate the holidays with the gift of giving. Snag a $5 gift card and get a bonus $5 for you. Now for a limited time at ManhattanBagel.com. Participating locations only. The gift that's always in good taste at ManhattanBagel.com.
Ricky Bo here for Alpha Men's Center. Guys will spend hours on their fantasy team, but not a single minute on something with real-life consequences. ED. Truth is, more than 60% of men over age 50 have ED. Here's another stat. Alpha Men's Center has a 96% success rate treating ED. 96%. That's no fantasy, and neither is this. Your first consultation is only $99, which includes the visit, blood work, and test dose. Schedule yours today at alphamenscenter.com or call 484-685-1235.
If you
or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide or experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides 24/7 compassionate support and connection to trained counselors. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. The Lifeline works. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, just call, text, or chat 988.
Welcome to the Fanatic family. This is 97.5 The Fanatic.
11:19, 97.5 The Fanatic, 11 o'clock hour, brought to us by Golden Nugget Jewelers. It's where Philly gets engaged. And believe it or not, it's a game day. Football Monday. Football Mondays on The Fanatic, presented by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com for flexible spending options on a new heating and cooling system. And as I open up the show, yelling and screaming into the microphone, why can't we just watch a video game, a football game anymore? Seriously, why can't we just watch a football game anymore? Now all of a sudden there's more drama. And I want to ask legitimately. So here's the questions that we have in store for you. Number one, do you have the confidence that the Philadelphia Eagles can overcome the drama? Forget the last two losses. I'm talking about drama 14 freaking weeks into a season in which you're 10-3. You already locked up a playoff spot. You have the shot at the 1 seed still. You have a shot at winning the division. And there's drama. So can they overcome it? Will they overcome it? 610-632-0975. Number two, in terms of tonight's game, does a win tonight help you feel better about the team, or have they reached Sixers territory of wake me up when? The Sixers territory, of course, wake me up when they get out of the second round. In this case, it's wake me up when they beat the 49ers in the playoffs. Because there's a lot of people that said they showed their true colors playing the teams that they would be playing in the playoffs like San Francisco or Dallas. Question 3, I'll open up right now. And Ray, if you could put a poll up on this, I would appreciate it. Are you happy that Matt Patricia has taken over as the defensive coordinator of the Philadelphia Eagles? Because here's why I asked that question. A lot of people were done with Sean Desai. A lot of people have been done with Brian Johnson. And how many times have you heard, oh, they got to get rid of this guy, they got to get rid of that guy? The day Ken Dorsey got fired as offensive coordinator of the Buffalo Bills, people called in the show and said, look, the Bills did it. How come the Eagles can't do it? To my response, at the time, the Bills were 5-5, and it was a move of desperation. When the Bills were 5-5, the Eagles were 9-1. So, no, the Eagles weren't desperate to make a move. The Bills played good football after the last couple of weeks, and that adds to the fire of, look, the Bills did it, the Bills did it, the Bills did it. How come the Eagles don't do it? Well, the Eagles went from 9-1 to 10-1, and then unfortunately dropped the last 2 games. But then over the weekend, when the move happened, it almost seemed like people were upset by it. Maybe not upset by the move itself, but upset that it came to this point where we are 14 weeks in the season, and now we're dealing with drama we didn't expect at all. And that drama being finger-pointing, players at coaches, players at other players, and it's all mainly because of the defense, because the defense has been dreadful the last 2 weeks, even though the offense didn't help at all last week. They didn't score a touchdown last week. But a lot of people wanted Desai gone anyway. So they did what a lot of you wished. And they replaced him with a guy who has had success in this league. So are you happy, 610-632-0975, the Eagles made the move, Sean Desai to the booth, Matt Patricia to the field as the defensive coordinator of the Eagles this game, and I would imagine moving forward? Answer me that question, because I think a lot of people are caught in a weird spot right now, because a lot of people wanted a move to happen, but are now worried that the Eagles made a panic move, is the word that a lot of people, the phrase that a lot of people are using. So back to panic. The panic all comes back to the locker room. Let's start off with the Nick Sirianni clip, Ray. Nick Sirianni, Tuesday's press conference. This was less than a week ago, man. This was 6 days ago, talking about the people in place. Brian Johnson, offensive coordinator, and Sean Desai, defensive coordinator. And Nick Sirianni's confident with everybody.
Feel good with the people that we have in this building. We're 10-3. We're in control of our own destiny, and we're going to keep rolling and finding answers with the people that we have.
That was 6 days ago. That was 4 days before the move happened. Or maybe it was the day it happened because, as Ray pointed out, there's no way the move happened on Sunday. Like, there's no way the Eagles went up to Matt Patricia's office and said, hey, Matt, you in there? Hey, need you to game plan for tomorrow. Right? Like, there's no way Matt Patricia was given that homework assignment just 24 hours in advance. Or more than 24 hours, a little more. So I think you're right. Like, this obviously happened earlier in the week. So did Nick Sirianni lie to us on Tuesday? Or did he say anything wrong? Because he's confident with the guys in the building. He didn't say anything about, I'm confident with Sean Desai as defensive coordinator, Brian Johnson as offensive coordinator. He just said he's confident with the people in the building, and Sean Desai is still in the building.
Or did he? Because he goes on later in that presser when it's asked about Sean Desai. Says he's got full confidence in him.
Oh, do you have that?
Uh-huh.
Can I hear it?
Here you go.
Total confidence. Obviously, that's why we hired him for the job. That's why I hired him for the job. I think we're really where it is, the yards pile up on you when you're giving up some third downs. The problem's everywhere there, right? Where we are on third down is, we got to coach him better. We got to put him in better spots. We got to detail it out for him. And we also got to execute better. So I think that's everybody's in on that. This is a team game. And when I'm talking about that, I'm talking about the good things that happen. But it's also the truth when bad things are happening too. To single somebody out and single one person out is not the right move here. It's how do we get better as a team? And we have to get better as a team. Make no mistake about it.
So Nick Sirianni does talk about his confidence in Sean Desai. So the question is, who knows if we ever get this answer until someone talks? Maybe Sean Desai himself. I don't know. Who made the call? And do you have a problem? And I can't say it was Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie because I don't know. Right? We don't have that information. But in the off chance that it was, are you happy that Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie are making decisions like this 14 weeks into a season?
Now, upon 37th listen to this clip,
okay,
listen to the very beginning of this when he's asked about Sean Desai.
Total confidence. Obviously, that's why we hired him for the job. That's why I hired him for.
Why I hired him for the job.
Total confidence. Obviously, that's why we hired him for the job. That's why I hired him for the job.
And it goes back to what we said with Doug Peterson. Mike Groh is his guy. And he was not going to move on from that. And then Jeffrey Lurie gave him 2 weeks to come back to him with a different coaching staff, to which Doug Peterson came back with the same names on the same sheet of paper. And that's when he was fired a couple years after winning the Super Bowl. Strange times right now in Philadelphia. I'll play some other clips coming up later on in the segment about the state of the locker room. But how do you feel about the demotion of Sean Desai and the promotion of Matt Patricia? A lot of you want to change. You got it. We'll get you that poll coming up as well later on the show. 610-632-0975. Justin in Chestnut Hill. Justin, you're on the Fanatic.
How you doing, guys?
What's up, Jay?
Not much, man. I love the move. We were all looking for a move, but I feel like, we all love it. But at the same time, our offense has been outweighing our defense in all of our close wins. And we're going to go make a defensive move after Sirianni was saying he was confident in all of our coaching and what we had going on. But I feel like, why didn't we make an offensive coaching move? Our last two games were absolutely terrible. We won a lot of close games this year. Our offense hasn't been moving the ball. We're calling screens on third down. It just seems like it's just not giving us what we need.
Yeah, I haven't been thrilled by the offense by any means, Justin, but just to play devil's advocate, Brian Johnson didn't fumble the ball 3 times in opposing territory, also didn't drop 2 touchdown passes. He made those calls, and A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith were open for him. So, it's one of these, okay, the personnel for the defense is terrible. That's not Sean Desai's fault, but maybe you can find out something to make it better. The personnel for the Eagles offense is very good. It hasn't been playing to the level of standard that we have, but the players have actually been the ones that have screwed up the last 2 weeks. Like Jalen Hurts 2 weeks ago, they drove into the red zone twice against the Niners, and they finished with 2 field goals, and he fell down on the third down.
No, you're 100% right. The 3 fumbles could have been 3 touchdowns, so you're right on that.
Right, so I can't – I'm not thrilled with Brian Johnson by any means. Don't get me wrong there, but I think the offense is closer than the defense. The defense was leaking oil, and I don't think they have anything left.
Right. So I think the move, I would love to see how it works out tonight, what he does. And obviously we have some Keely Ringo and some younger guys going in there tonight. I would love to see, what's different. If he, we love to play back and give up the short passes and completions, but it eats us up and it wears down the defense. I would like to see if he does anything different to that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to find out tonight. Thanks for the call, Justin. We will find out tonight. It might not take long to see if there's a different energy defensively, a different scheme defensively, are guys in different positions to make plays. Now, not to give excuses for Matt Patricia ahead of time, but he is also missing Zach Cunningham, who we saw when they missed him 2 weeks ago against the 49ers, what ended up happening, and more importantly, probably Darius Slay. So Matt Patricia right away kind of coaching behind the eight ball, missing two of their better players defensively.
No excuse for the guy on that one. If someone's going to get demoted after 2 weeks ago, he had Christian Ellis and Nicholas Morrow running the middle of his field. Hey, Matt Patricia, guess what? Your first test is Drew Lock, and you're without a couple guys.
That's a good point.
Sean Desai didn't have the same starting secondary back-to-back weeks for what? The first 8-9 weeks of the season?
Yeah, and that's why, I never killed him this year. I know the last 2 weeks were terrible.
Yeah. We did the conversation last week.
Last week on Friday, I asked the question if is he deserving all the heat he was getting, and I said no. I know it wasn't good. Now they know more than we do. This change wasn't because of a dude with a trash can outside, right?
No.
That guy didn't make the change, even though he's probably he's walking around today.
Oh yeah,
He's walking around at work saying, "Yeah, it was me. I'm the reason why that happened." I put the idea in their mind. I never gave Sean Desai the amount of heat. We wanted him to blitz more. He blitzed. It didn't go well. Right? My biggest issue, and it's been an issue not just with Desai. It was an issue with Jonathan Gannon. It was an issue with Jim Schwartz as the 10 yards off the line of scrimmage. And if opposing offenses are getting the ball out quick, maybe you mix it up a little bit where you have these guys lined up. And the lack of turnovers isn't because Josh Jobe and Keely Ringo are your two starting corners. Maybe it is scheme. James Bradbury made an incredible play on that interception against the Bills. Remember, he broke the guy that he was probably supposed to cover because he read something and made it. That was all him. Maybe it is the position that they've been put in, and that's why you get that Josh Sweat sort of conversation with Jeff McClain, that maybe guys were playing for themselves and not necessarily the team itself because maybe they didn't believe in the system. I don't know. And maybe that's why it leads to a change like this. The question now will be, can the locker room overcome it? And that's what I want to ask you today at 610-632-0975. Do you have the confidence in this team to get over not just two straight losses, bad losses, but overcome all this drama? We talk about the veterans in this locker room all the time. Brandon Graham, Jason Kelsey, Lane Johnson, Fletcher Cox. Here is Fletcher Cox after the Eagles lost to the Cowboys, talking about just that.
Hard getting our way out, so it's one of the things, man. Tough, 2 in a row. I think the biggest thing for this team now is, really find out who the dudes are. And that's always the case. I've been part of teams where the dudes in the locker room do something about it, and I've been a part of the team teams where it kind of crumbles. But now it's time to see the real leadership, the real players, the guys that's elite on this team, myself included, step up and do something about it. Get this team, another win.
Now, we played that a couple times last week because I thought it was the Cowboys game that would have been that test. If we can all get together, right? Can we really regroup and start playing better football? I thought it was the Cowboys game. After you get beat down like that at home, the test to adversity is the following week on the road against Dallas, in which they got beat up again. So I'll take the word of the, future maybe Eagle Hall of Famer in Fletcher Cox. I'll take the word of the vet who knows his locker room inside and out. However, it's concerning when he's talking about, we'll see. Like, he doesn't know. He believes in the vets. He believes in the elite players. But he leaves it out there to, hey, we'll find out this week. It wasn't necessarily a ringing endorsement of, I believe we will. And so that leads to Darius Slay, because you talk about leadership. Now, Darius Slay's not playing this week, so the point changes a little bit, but you can still lead when you're not playing. You can still be a captain when not playing. Here's Darius Slay on his podcast that may or may not pull you behind the curtain about just how good of a leader he may or may not be.
Let me address this. I saw a photo on the internet with a trash can with me and my boy James Bradbury on there. Come on now. Like, come on. And y'all know I'm a big time troller. I like to have fun. I ain't take it personally at all. So you see that as my profile pic. I think it's a nice pic, man. So come on now. You know, I'm a troller and I like to have fun, man. I think it was a good joke, man, good funny, but I think I played pretty good. I think I done had a very, very solid game, man. I think I had like 2 or 3 PBUs, making plays, no catches, no nothing. Come on now. Out of all days, you want to put the trash can out there when I had a damn near a perfect game. You know what I'm saying? I could have did a lot of stuff better, but maybe could have picked the ball, could have made some other plays, but overall, the game was great by me. You know what I'm saying? But as a team, we play worth the.
That's terrible, man. That's terrible. I didn't get your thoughts on this, Ray. I like Darius Slay. I do. I still think it was the right move bringing him back. I will not all of a sudden change my opinion because this year hasn't necessarily gone all that well, even though they are 10-3. He did have a good game last week. But if I'm looking for leadership qualities, talking about how great you played and then how the rest of the team, or we, he did drop the we after he dropped the I. It's not a good look when the captain's talking like this.
No, not a good look in the slightest with everything going on with this team. I can't really believe that, and I get it, every right to defend yourself. The podcast, I'm not telling you he shouldn't be talking on his own podcast, but hey, man, like time and place. You compared it, and I made the same comparison this weekend with the Embiid conversation after Game 7. Time and place to say things. You shouldn't have dropped the James and I need more help, regardless of the context.
Right.
Just because it's not the time for people to want to hear that.
You just lost the play, your 5th straight second round, or 4 out of the last 5.
Your defense, in this case, has given up a gazillion points in 2 weeks against the 2 other NFC contenders. I don't care how good a game you had. You're a leader on this team. There's clearly been conversation about turmoil with your team in this time. I don't need you out here. I played nearly a perfect game. I don't care. I don't care if you think you played nearly a perfect game. Your team didn't play well enough. You are a leader on this team.
To which he pointed out.
Yeah, and I don't also, the beginning of that clip, he's like, oh, me and my boy James Bradbury, they had the trash cans out there. Proceed to defend his game.
His own game, and not James Bradbury's game.
No conversation on James Bradbury's game, on his boy. Also, no conversation on the sign, because it wasn't 2 trash cans alone.
It was also a fire defensive coordinator sign, yeah.
And all he did was I played nearly a perfect game. Team didn't play worth anything. That, again, that's like blinking red lights for me. And that's why when you ask the question of my confidence in this locker room to turn around, can they? Sure. Do I think that they have the time to do it? Where I'm going to feel confident in them doing it? No.
Yeah. And then you talk about teetering locker room. Here's Tim McManus with me on Friday. Look, I asked him the question not thinking I'd get all that much. Can I be completely honest with you? I asked him the question thinking he'd say something like, it's been tough the last 2 weeks. Guys are taking it hard, but winning's the best medicine. They were 10-1 just 2 weeks ago. Like, I thought he was going to give some sort of answer like that because I didn't think the players in the locker room would be pointing fingers. Well, take a listen to what he said on Friday, and then I'll tell you what he wrote over the weekend.
Yes, here's what I'll say about the state of the locker room from my vantage point. I think it's teetering. I think that this is a very important game because right now, let's go to another comment, even before, like after the first loss to the 49ers, where Fletcher Cox said the biggest thing is that we have to all stick together. That to me felt a little bit weird because it's like, they were 10-2 at that point. It's like, why are they already talking about sticking together? And then offensively, as we know, they sputtered. And when that starts to happen and losses start to pile up, that's when everybody starts questioning things. For me, this is a very, very important week. If they go on the road and take care of business against the Seahawks, I feel like everything kind of smooths out. If they lose or if they get blown out, then I think that's where the questions get louder. The rumblings that you already seem like you're starting to hear are going to, I think, bubble to the surface more, and tensions are going to increase, and it has the chance to fall apart.
And I found it interesting, right? Because we had Jeff McClain on Tuesday. So Tim was on with us Friday. Jeff was on with us earlier that week on Tuesday. and I asked him about the locker room because that was the day the anonymous report came out, or the day after. Derek Gunn on Monday said that there was players talking about the Eagles' offense being predictable, and I straight up asked him about it, and he was like, I think they have the veteran. Like, he gave more of a positive answer, I think, and then 3 days went by. Here's Jeff McClain. We have it. This was McClain on Tuesday of last week.
I'm sure players are frustrated. I got Josh Sweat alone in the locker room after the game, and he kind of sounded off a little bit, but he was very much expressing his frustration with himself and with the pass rush, and not pointing fingers directly at anybody, but he said that there's kind of like a dynamic in terms of like everybody doing their job and doing it for the team that appears to be missing in the rush. And when you start hearing that kind of stuff, you start scratching your head and you're wondering, okay, what's going on here? Are guys being selfish? Are guys not wanting to play for Sean Desai on that side of the ball because the scheme isn't working? But I don't think it's to that point, anywhere close to that point. I mean, we're not near 2020, 2015, or 2012. And those are bad teams, and those were locker rooms. They became bad locker rooms. I think there's the potential that it could go that way, but this is going to be very important to the leaders in that locker room, and obviously with Nick Sirianni, that they come back this next week and put on a good performance.
3 days went by. 3 days. And then McManus tells us it's teetering. And then over the weekend, they make a major move. To McManus in his story, there's been a sense of unease in the Philadelphia locker room despite being tied for the top record in the NFL. A team source described, quote, too much finger pointing among teammates following a pair of blowout losses to the Niners and Cowboys. You just heard Jeff McClain say that maybe Josh Sweat was talking about other guys on the line of scrimmage, not necessarily doing their job the way Sean Desai wanted them to. Over the past 2 weeks, and not enough focus on the collective good of the team, there's a sense that frustrations were mounting, in particular, among some players on defense. And then there's the reports that Sean Desai was a likable guy, but maybe didn't have necessarily the confidence. Which makes me go back to this, I believe, was the right move. Even though I don't blame Sean Desai fully because the personnel wasn't all that great. But this may have been the right move. And I know a lot of people were worried, calling it a panic move over the weekend. But it seems like, based off of our poll, which I'll give you next, people might actually be happy with the decision. So let's talk about it. 610-632-0975 as we continue to talk about tonight's game as well, which we will get into. Also, not that I'm going to really lighten the mood with this, but sometimes you can laugh at your own misery. Ray Dunn's going to give us a bit of a history lesson coming up at 12 o'clock. Because it has been a long time since the Eagles beat the Seahawks. Not just in Seattle, just beat the Seahawks. Am I correct?
Yes, last time they beat them was actually in Seattle.
Okay. The last time the Eagles beat the Seahawks, Ray Dunn has a bit of a history lesson for us about what was going on in the world. So that will lighten the mood up a little bit, as it is a freaking game day, man. Also, your calls right here. 97.5 The Fanatic. And today's show being presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more. Sign up now using promo code pregame. We got to add 2 more legs to the SGP. You went with the DeAndre Swift over in receiving yards. Should I go with the rushing yards? Because I will. DeAndre Swift's over-under is 59.5. If I were to go alternate, because you never totally know, maybe I'll bring it down to like the 50 range. I'll bring it down a little bit. So Jalen Hurts alt rushing yards. If I went 50 instead of 59.5, it's minus 188. Can you give me another leg for the SGP, Ray?
Yeah, can I go with the chalk? Can I go with the one I know you throw in there every week?
Jalen Hurts anytime touchdown?
Yeah.
All right, minus 125. And you can do all that on your FanDuel Sportsbook app. And as the weather gets colder, the NFL offers Stay Hot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get on all the action. The app's super easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. And so quickly, 6 legs right away. A $10 bet gets you $284. If you're a new user and you're going Eagles moneyline, a $5 bet would typically score you around $2. But in this case, you'll win $150. $150. So visit FanDuel.com/pregame. That's FanDuel.com/pregame. FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. You got to be 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-trouble bonus bets that expires 7 days at the receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fanatic Sports Up update.
Is it game time yet? I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by FanDuel. This holiday season, all your wishes are coming true with FanDuel. Download the app now at FanDuel.com/pregame. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Eagles play the Seahawks tonight on Monday Night Football. If the back-to-back losses didn't crush your spirit, well, this weekend's news did a lot to help in that regard. First up, Jalen Hurts questionable for the game due to an illness that forced him to travel separate from the team. The good news today coming with that is that Ian Rappaport saying he is likely to play in tonight's game. The bad news from the rest of the weekend, Sean Desai. Well, bad news depending how you look at it. Just the more crazy drama, I guess, you could put with this team. Sean Desai stripped of defensive play calling duties and sent up to the booth. Matt Patricia will be on the sideline and take over the defense. And in terms of injuries, Darius Slay, Zach Cunningham, and Cam Jurgens all out tonight. The one silver lining from Sunday, Cowboys got crushed by the Bills. Sixers back in action tonight. Sixers have dominated bad basketball teams as of late, winning 6 straight games. Most recently is the big win over the Hornets on Saturday. Tonight, matchup with the Bulls at 7. Catch the live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Flyers stayed out over the weekend, beating the Red Wings 1-0 on Saturday night. This update is also brought to you by Lowe's. Don't miss out on new deals every day during Lowe's 25 days of deals. Save big on daily deals for the whole home. 25 days of deals only at Lowe's. Keep it locked here for the latest news and information. I'm Ray Dunn, the home with the Sixers and Flyers. 97.5 The Fanatic.
The big sports stories everyone is talking about in Philadelphia. The John Kincaid Show. Tomorrow morning 6 to 10. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Today's show is presented by FanDuel. Make every moment more. Use promo code PREGAME.
Don't stand around. The curtain's coming down. Boy, this is good. So good, I'm all over it. Once again, Barbera is proud to support ToysForTots.org.
That's Birds coach Nick's pick.
Coach Sirianni.
Boy, I guess.
Follow that bear.
Chiefs.
Just $1.99 down. You're driving around Philly town.
That's a lease.
No, that is not a lease. Row after row, ready to go.
Every vehicle Barbera's got helps support Toys for Tots.
ToysForTots.org. We're ladies and gentlemen serving ladies and gentlemen.
With prices so low and
Chiefs. Just $1.99 down. You're driving around Philly town.
And that's why Birds coach Nick picks Barbera.
Boy, I guess. Hello. One more time for the money, honey. Once again, Barbera is proud to support ToysForTots.org.
Barbera! Every vehicle Barbera's got helps support Toys for Tots.
Oh, mama. Row after row, ready to go. Just $1.99 down. You're driving around Philly town.
Coach Sirianni, is Barbera the best? Boy, I guess.
Go Birds!
2023 is coming to a close, and Spring Dance Hot Tubs has got you covered this holiday season. All 2023 models must go. Enjoy up to $5,000 off on hot spring spas, Caldera spas, or any of the other amazing hot tub brands available to you exclusively at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Or relax and enjoy the many health benefits offered by a new sauna from Finleo. Save up to $2,000 on a new sauna for your home or business. All 2023 models must go. Save big now at any of Spring Dance Hot Tubs' 4 convenient locations, or visit springdancehotTubs.com.
O'Reilly! The O'Reilly Auto Parts Holiday Gift Guide is here. If you're struggling with gift ideas, we have several options for gifts under $20, like a digital tire gauge, screwdriver sets, LED work lights, and more. Our professional parts people will help you pick out the perfect gift for that hard-to-buy-for person. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or shop O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When my daughter gets a cold, I have a secret weapon. Dayquil Kids Berry from Vicks. Dayquil Kids is specially formulated to treat kids' most bothersome cold and cough symptoms quickly. And the best part is that Dayquil Kids Berry tastes really great. Aren't you supposed to be resting? Maybe.
Dayquil Kids Berry. The kids' berry-licious daytime congestion, coughing, stuffy head, stuffy nose, just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6 years plus.
You've heard the buzz about IT jobs in cybersecurity and AI, right? Why not prepare for a career in these fields and take advantage of the high demand? You could enjoy a more rewarding and recession-resistant lifestyle. Train in just a few short months at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Already in IT? Skill up for positions employers need to fill. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. That's mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Worried about holiday shopping this year? Don't be. You can
check off every name on your list with just one trip to the Berlin Farmers Market. Shop more than 75 local businesses, offering a huge selection of toys, jewelry, clothes, video games, electronics, candy, and sweets, along with loads of great restaurants to enjoy, all under one roof. The Berlin Farmers Market is decorated for the holidays and open every day through Christmas Eve. For hours, info, directions, and more, visit berlinfarmersmarket.com.
Is it time for maintenance on your vehicle? Stop into your locally owned Meineke today for an oil change and get a free tire rotation. Right now, a synthetic oil change is just $59.95. Up to 5-quart standard filter plus disposal fees. Tires, brakes, alignments, batteries, exhaust. Meineke, doing car care right.
Drinking and driving will change your whole world. Whether you get pulled over or get into a crash, things will never be the same. Getting a sober ride will change your world for the better. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
Hey guys, it's Andrew. My apologies. Look, you got 7 days left. Now, I did this ahead of time. And let me tell you, it's worked. Okay? You ready to hit a home run? Ready to score a touchdown? Birds need to score a couple touchdowns tonight in order to win. Oh, you can score a touchdown tonight as well. Trust me. You got to get Pajama Gram's famous naturally nude pajamas. They're going to make you a holiday hero because they're very comfortable, right? I'll be honest, Kristen was wearing them this morning. Very comfortable. So she's happy. She feels great. I think she feels confident as well. I feel great and confident as well. So, they're so great, they sell out every single year. Naturally Nude pajamas are known for ultimate comfort and style. Soft and silky. Very nice. And I can tell you right now, they're better than lingerie with a curve-caressing fit. And here's the kicker. When you order Naturally Nude pajamas today, you'll also get a free Naturally Nude nightie. That's a saving of $75 on a very luxurious 2-in-1 complete gift. You only have 7 days left, and these things sell out, so hurry up. Better yet, with Pajama Gram, you can even add gift packaging, which helped because I don't know how to wrap presents. So when it came in the mail, I said, look at this nice, beautiful gift. She said, did you do that? I said, absolutely not. If you ask me, it's one easy holiday gift that is sure to make her happy. And fellas, it will make you happy because we all know how good it feels to win. So why not win this Christmas in a multitude of ways? You can let your imagination do the talking. Hurry, go to Pajama Gram today for Naturally Nude pajamas before they sell out. That's Naturally Nude pajamas at pajamagram.com. Tell them Andrew sent you, pajamagram.com. Hurry before they sell out.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic.
11:50, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas. On this game day, Football Monday. Football Mondays on The Fanatic, presented by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com for flexible spending options and a new heating and cooling system. We'd love to talk more about the game, and we have been as the show has gone on, but we're talking so much about all the drama surrounding the Eagles as they demoted Sean Desai to the booth. We're just going to give him a different look. Yeah, bull. And Matt Patricia will now be calling plays defensively for the Eagles. So we put up a poll about this. Because over the weekend, when the news first broke, it seemed like a lot of people were upset because they called it a panic move for the Eagles. A panic move that, oh, my God, you lose two games and now you're doing this. Man, I thought I was worried. It seems like the team's worried. But then you stop and you think about it a little bit. A lot of you wanted Sean Desai to be fired. There's a guy outside of NovaCare with a sign saying fire Sean Desai. But a lot of you people wanted the move to be happen. No, you Eagles fans, a lot of you wanted the move to happen. And then there was people like me who thought, it could just be lack of personnel. So I can't completely go, Sean Desai, it's his fault. But I know I was probably in the minority thinking that. So we put up a poll. The question, 975 The Fanatic. Are you happy the Eagles handed over defensive play calling duties to Matt Patricia? To which a lot of people of you say yes. 79%, Ray. 79% of people are saying you're happy that the Eagles handed over defensive play calling duties to Matt Patricia. Just 21% say no. Now, if I were to ask you to pull another question, can you put out a question asking, I guess, not panic move, But how do you feel if the Eagles made a move like this late in the season? And I guess happy or scared or something like that. You make your magic work. Because I don't know where people are at. They're happy that it's no longer Sean Desai. But this is 14 weeks into the season, to which Theodore responds with, if nothing changes, nothing changes. It's probably too late to win a bowl, to make a move this late. Is it too late? I don't know. Dave C. checks in. Kind of stupid with 4 of the easiest games left. Will make Sirianni and management look like geniuses when they should have done it months ago. Should they have done it months ago when they were 7-1, 8-1, 9-1, 10-1?
We've got the same personnel, and for us, for the collective outside of the NovaCare complex, I'm not shocked when we show panic, when we are rash to decisions. It concerns me more when someone in NovaCare has that. It's we will flinch. We can be scared. We can be, emotional in the thought process.
It's like the Kenneth Gainwell. But they see, look, he does a lot on tape that you guys don't see.
Not even just what they see, but it's their job.
Right.
Who commented? Theodore?
Theodore, yeah.
Theodore seems like a great dude. He's not getting paid to run the Eagles. Not getting paid to run the NFL, as far as we know. Could be a burner account.
Could be.
You and I, we're just hanging out here, having a conversation. We're not paid to make the decisions. Concerns me when the decision maker seems to be the one that's flinching, seems to be the one that's exhibiting a little bit of panic.
And that's the other thing. Who was the decision maker?
Gets into a deeper conversation to go well beyond this season.
Yeah, we'll find that out. All right, a couple minutes. I hope you're ready for this. At 12 o'clock, Ray's going to give us a bit of a history lesson of the last time the Eagles beat the Seahawks, because it's been a while. Let's go to VT Ron. Ronnie, what's up, man?
Hey, man, what's going on? My man.
Ronnie DM'd me right away when the news broke.
Yeah, I did. And who told you last week?
You did. And it's something I didn't even think about.
And again, what I was just thinking was maybe as an advisor, maybe get.
Oh, we lost. You still there?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. You as an advisor, and then you cut out.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, what I said was, you put him upstairs. You put the Cy upstairs, and you bring him down. It's not. You had to make the move, Andrew. You had to make the move.
Yeah, but the biggest question is, all right, can all of this be fixed? Now, winning is the best medicine. So if they go out there, offense looks good, maybe the defense forces a turnover, and all of a sudden they get their swagger back, and that could change everything. Or if the defense looks more the same, the fact that we have finger pointing already, it's problematic.
My question is, though, okay, you make the move now. How effective is it going to be against the Seahawks? But if you keep Patricia in the position that he's in the position now through the next 3 games to allow his defensive philosophy to take hold, now you're ready for the playoffs. I'm much more comfortable going into the playoffs with Patricia right now than Desai. I'm going to tell you that right
Well, and I wouldn't make a move back. You know what I mean? Even if Patricia, let's say Patricia doesn't have a good game today. You can't go back to Desai at this point.
Andrew, he's had 4 days to prepare.
Right.
So give him the 3 games going into the stretch, going into the first playoff game. Let him put in what he wants to put in, and maybe, just maybe, he'll put his players in a position to be more successful than what Desai was doing. And that's what I want to see. I want to see improvement. Now, is it going to quiet the locker room? I don't know. They're probably finger pointing in the locker room right now. But at this point in time, what are you going to do? You're going to allow teams to score 11 straight possessions, and you're going to score on it?
Right.
And you can't stop a third down? Come on, you got to make a move. But hopefully the move will work. And
that's right. That's what we're down to, right, Ronnie? I appreciate the call. Is hope. Hopefully it works. And I read you the tweet from Zach Berman earlier in the show. Zach Berman brought up the 2012 Ravens. The Ravens were 9-4 when they made their change and they put Jim Caldwell in as defensive coordinator. They were 9-4. they make the change, they end up winning the Super Bowl. And, Harbaugh in his press conference said, I got to do what's best for the team, fair or unfair. It's not what this is all about. It's what's best for the team. And I'm sure Nick Sirianni will probably be coached to have a similar answer like that. Maybe he doesn't bring up 2012, but maybe he says something similar to, look, it's what we believe, what was best for the team right now. And then maybe we'll get the real story after the season comes to an end.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's not much you could say here at this point of Sirianni that inspires any bit of truth to the matter. What's been done has been done. What's been said has been said. And from this point on, it's either company man answers or, hey, this is a coach that has never been shy about its emotions. I would imagine he does the right thing and protects whatever his true feelings are on this matter is. But, hey, from the guy that brought you This Is for Frank and Kansas City fans go home, we might get a classic installment of a Sirianni emotional move after this one.
All right, I have a request.
Of course.
Of Matt Patricia. Because you got clowned for it. Especially here. I know it's your thing and all. No pencil behind the ear.
Too late. Apparently he was already sporting out in Seattle off the bus.
No way, really?
I believe it was a John Clark tweet. I will find it. I think he already got back into character really fast.
This city has made fun of you for it. Going back to when the Eagles beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl, in Super Bowl 52. The pencil behind the ear is like, stop with this is my brand. People make fun of you for it. Just get rid of the pencil. I think I'm speaking for all Eagles fans. Get rid of the pencil.
So here we go. John Clark. This is from 10:15 last night. Eagles arrive in Seattle tonight. Eagles senior defensive assistant Matt Patricia had his pencil game going strong stepping off the bus.
Yeah, see, come on.
So, yeah.
Come on. You gotta get rid of the pencil.
I don't think he's going to.
We'll get this history lesson in a second. Let's go to Rich in Philly. Rich, you're on the Fanatic.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What up, Rich?
Nothing too much, man. Listen, I'm just saying, me personally, I'm ecstatic that they actually, the coaching staff, the owner, whoever it was, says, hey, we need to make a change because obviously what we're doing defensively isn't working. Let's make a change. And for them to actually acknowledge that, to me, says, hey, these guys are not willing to just let this slip by. These are opportunities. We got a great team. The defense is a little shaky this year. The offense is a little shaky also, but we know what we have in our offense. Our defense we need a change there. And if they can make a change on defense and on a positive note, man, it's a wrap.
Yeah, listen, look, Rich, I'm not against the change. My biggest concern is, all right, so you got a lot of issues right now. All of a sudden, players are pointing fingers at each other. Guys might not have been playing for Sean Desai, so what does that tell you about the character of the team? Fletcher Cox brought that up last week, that we'll find out the true character of this team tonight. And in the middle of the week, you're making a change at defensive coordinator. And I just wonder, even though it might have been the right move or not, can this be fixed? All the issues that are all of a sudden piling up, can it be fixed? Because it wasn't the defense that there was the anonymous report. The anonymous report was about the offense becoming too predictable. So, what's going on? All of a sudden, the locker room seems to be in shambles.
I get it. And me, I can't speak on that because I don't know.
Right.
But all I can really say is I've been watching, and what I see is they're both kind of, mid this season. And my thing is, we all know what we have in our offense. Yes, the offense is they're going to produce at some point, whether it's at the end of these 4 games or it's going to be during the playoffs. They're going to. But they have to rely on the defense that you've seen for the last couple of weeks. It's not getting you anywhere. I like the fact that they acknowledged it, man, and that made me have a little bit more of steam going into these last 4 games and into the playoffs.
All right, Rich, I appreciate the call, man. I mean, look, I was saying it all last week. I thought the offense bounced back tonight. The only thing that sucks is that now all of a sudden Jalen Hurts has an illness to the point where he was downgraded to questionable. All reports kind of point to him playing tonight. Just how effective is he, right? And that's the biggest concern. But I thought dropping 2 touchdown passes and fumbling the ball 3 times in Dallas territory was uncharacteristic of the Eagles. I know fumbling has been an issue this year, which you could say may be a character flaw of the Eagles, which is why they're running the fun drill of Jalen Hurts falling to the ground. They're poking him with the pillow polo stick. You played pillow polo when you were in school, or is that my school thing?
I imagine I imagine more than just your school, but probably your generation.
They're like giant Q-tips, and then you play basically hockey, but it's, cushiony because, obviously you can't.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
Everybody has a different name for it.
Yeah, I mean, I probably don't have a name for it, just, foamy stick thing.
Well, man, I'm talking as a Clearview Pioneer, a Pleasant Valley Panther, and a Harrison Township Hawk.
Congrats on your success.
Thank you. Yeah, listen, man, I had multiple mascots in my time, jumping from school to school. But
I was a Springford Ram.
There you go.
The entire way through. Go Rams.
My guys kick all your asses. Pioneers, that's Pioneer.
You're not beating a Ram.
Yes, you are.
No, you're not.
Pioneer. He's got a musket, bro.
You know how many Pioneers didn't make it?
Well, because of Rams. Think Rams rule the world?
I would say your weakened Pioneer trying to cross the frontier here would struggle against my strong Ram.
I think the Eagles' offense does bounce back tonight. I just don't know how efficient it looks now that Hurts is ill. But I think the offense gets better. I think last week was very uncharacteristic, and then they just played like complete you-know-what against the 49ers. All right, but it has been a long time since the Eagles beat the Seahawks. So Professor Ray is going to give us a history lesson. Did you get your master's degree yet?
No.
So I can't call it. So adjunct Professor Ray Dunn in history, specifically Eagles-Seahawks history, is going to tell us what the world was like back in when?
November 2nd, 2008.
That's the last time the Eagles beat the Seahawks. Not in Seattle, the last time period they beat the Seahawks as over 15 years ago. Man.
The starting quarterback in that game for the Seattle Seahawks, Seneca Wallace.
That's incredible. 2008, I was a freshman in high school.
I was. We will not disclose. We will not disclose terms of where I was in life.
At least the Phillies were World Series champions.
The Phillies had just won the World Series that week.
Oh, okay. That same week.
Yes.
All right.
So they win October 29th.
Right. Parade was Halloween night.
Yes. Parade was Halloween, which means just 3 days prior to the Seahawks and Eagles game in which the Eagles last beat the Seahawks was when we got the famous Chase Utley World champions.
Yep. And I would guess, being that I did it for like 6 straight years, I wore a baseball uniform on Halloween.
Probably.
So that was probably what I wore that day of the parade.
Yeah, that would check out. That would make sense. But yeah, so the week that the Phillies won their most recent World Series, the Eagles won their most recent game against the Seahawks.
Okay.
Some of your other big news from that week, obviously Phillies taking precedence over that. But locally, if you were curious, hey, what were the Sixers like the last time the Eagles beat the Seahawks?
Well, this would have been the run with us Sixers, I believe, with Thad Young and Iggy.
Thad Young had 22 points in a 76ers 95-88 loss to the Hawks the night before the last time the Seahawks.
The Hawks, now this was Al Horford Hawks. Al Horford, Kyle Korver.
I think it was a little before that Hawks.
2008 Hawks.
Elton Brand in that game. 17 points, 16 rebounds in the 95-88 loss to the Hawks.
Al Horford was a rookie that year.
There you go.
Mike Bibby.
Yep.
Josh Childress. Joe Johnson. Solomon Jones. A.C. Law. Another rookie. T. Lou was on that team. Pachulia. Zaza. Josh Smith, of course. Man, it was a good squad there. They won a whopping 37 games that year.
Correct. And one of those 37 games was over the Sixers the night before the last time the Eagles beat the Seahawks. In other NBA news, something that this town was definitely paying attention to, the day after the most recent Eagles win over the Seahawks. So this is now something that's happened more recently than the Eagles beating the Seahawks. The Denver Nuggets traded Allen Iverson to the Detroit Pistons. Wow. Chauncey Billups involved with that deal.
And Iverson Pistons, was sad.
Yeah.
Not as bad as Iverson Grizzlies.
No.
That was the saddest. But Iverson Pistons, that was a sad day.
Yeah. But that happened, again, more recently than the last time the Eagles beat the Seahawks.
Yeah.
In terms of some other national storylines going on at that time, Tim Tebow was your reigning Heisman Trophy winner, and he was navigating Florida through what would be a pretty successful campaign.
Yeah.
Nick Saban was in his second season at Alabama, and it had the Crimson Tide back at number 2.
God.
They would go on later the week. So this is, again, more recently than the recent Eagles win over the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Saban goes back to LSU for the first time and wins and gets Alabama to number 1 for the first time in his tenure there. That, again, more recently. Other things going on at that time, George Bush was president because the Eagles beating the Seahawks happened 2 days before the 2008 presidential election. So this was the second Bush administration, and we had not yet had the election. So Obama-McCain was a big,
that's
big
right. It's huge.
Conversation that Sunday that the Eagles last beat the Seahawks. Now, I have a song for you. This was your number one song in the country the last time the Eagles beat the Seahawks.
Hey, Jim.
Oh, man. You can have whatever you like. Yeah, come on. Tell me, I'm hip. I'm hip, man.
You can have whatever you like.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
That was your number one song at the time. And you ask, what was...
I probably had Homecoming like that. I guess, right? Isn't that a November thing?
That's probably right around there.
Wow.
And
got denied by everybody.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
I mean, are you shocked?
This is the part where I'm supposed to say yes. If we're going the box office, Madagascar, Escape to Africa was your number one movie that week.
Yeah, solid job.
Brought the most people in. And that, my friends, is what the world was like the last time the Eagles beat the Seahawks. 1-9 the last 10 opportunities. Not great.
Couple of big-name players on that Alabama team. Quarterback, it was John Parker Wilson and Greg McElroy, which nothing really to write home about. But how about Mark Ingram, freshman running back? He had a pretty good career there. Julio Jones, freshman wide receiver on that team. So good recruiting job by Saban.
Yes,
getting some big freshmen there. You had other talented guys, but that was, I mean, it wasn't the Bama it is today where there's starting NFL players across the board.
It's funny you mentioned McElroy. I forget what show he was on, but he was making some argument about teams overcoming video quarterback play to go on and win and play at a championship level. We'll talk about Florida State. And I saw someone like, McElroy is the most qualified person in the world to talk about average quarterback play being enough for a team to go win a championship, because the fact that he was like the quarterbacks they had early on for Saban and the fact they were able to succeed the way they did is hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, nowadays they're all first-round picks. McElroy was drafted in the 7th round of the 2011 NFL draft.
Yeah, and then it was McCarron time.
Yeah, that's
who's now back. I think he's backing up Browning right now.
Yeah, he is.
And yeah.
It's a good pull by you.
Yeah, listen, A.J. McCarron's around. He was St. Louis Battlehawk recently, if you remember that.
Oh, man, this is where we're at. It's been a long time, 15 years since the Eagles last beat the Seahawks. Of course, they had an opportunity in the playoffs a couple of years ago. And that didn't happen because Carson Wentz got drilled by Jadeveon Clowney.
Nothing good happens Seattle week.
Well, it changes today. All right, I told you. I already put the Eagles' money line in our SGP. Today's show, presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more. Sign up now using promo code PREGAME. Every moment, make every moment more. So we have 6 legs so far. I'll let you go first. Give me a leg to add to our SGP that we're putting together for tonight's winner of the Philadelphia Eagles game against the Seattle Seahawks.
Okay, so you went earlier with the over in catches for A.J. Brown.
Yeah, 6.5.
Correct? You went 6.5. I'm going to go look at an alt receiving line for him. Let's go. He's 82.5 is his over-under. I feel like that's a little ambitious.
For receiving yards, okay.
Little ambitious. What if we took it down to 70+?
70+? All right, I'll add that in.
Yeah, addition there.
And then I'll give you Devontae Smith 40+ at -320. And I know you're going, wow, you're getting -320. We're building an SGP here. We're building an SGP.
I got you.
And now all of a sudden, our $10 bet scores you $450. You can put all this on your FanDuel Sportsbook app as the weather gets colder. The NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. But right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get on all the action. The app's super easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So right now we have 8 legs. A.J. Brown's over in receptions, over 70+ receiving yards. Devontae Smith over 40+ receiving yards. DeAndre Swift over 50+ rushing yards, and alternate line of 25+ receiving yards. Eagles money line, Eagles over team total of 24.5 points, and the anytime touchdown of Jalen Hurts. Got to add that every single week, pretty much. Just have to. It's become a lock. $10 wins you $450 so far. So visit FanDuel.com/pregame. That's FanDuel.com/pregame. FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. You got to be 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days at the receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fanatic Sports Update.
What a weekend. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by FanDuel. This holiday season, all your wishes are coming true with FanDuel. Download the app now at FanDuel.com/pregame. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Eagles play the Seahawks on Monday Night Football tonight, and if you need your spirits lifted after back-to-back blowout losses, this weekend really didn't help you with that. First up, Jalen Hurts questionable for the game due to an illness that forced him to travel separate from the team. That came out over the weekend. The good news from today, Ian Rappaport reporting that he is likely to play tonight, but the chaos continued with the Eagles as Sean Desai was stripped of defensive play calling duties and sentenced up to the booth. Matt Patricia now on the field and will basically be taking over this defense. And on the injury front, 3 key injuries for tonight's game. Darius Slay, Zach Cunningham, and Cam Jurgens all out tonight. The silver lining from the weekend, the Cowboys got crushed by the Bills. Sixers back in action tonight. 76ers have dominated bad basketball teams as of late, winning 6 straight games. Most recently, it was the Hornets on Saturday. They took down tonight. It's a matchup with the Bulls at 7. Catch the live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Flyers stayed hot over the weekend, beating the Red Wings 1-0 on Saturday night. They'll be back in action Tuesday night against the New Jersey Devils. This update is also brought to you by Lowe's. Don't miss out on new deals every day during Lowe's 25 days of deals. Save big on daily deals for the whole home. 25 days of deals only at Lowe's. Keep it locked here for all the latest news and information. I'm Ray Don, the home for the Sixers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Today's show is presented by FanDuel. Make every moment more. Use promo code PREGAME. The Philadelphia 76ers play here. Every game home and away. We'll have the play-by-play tonight. Presented by Corona, official partner of the 76ers, the Phila Cerveza. This is the exclusive home for Sixers basketball. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Don't stand around. The curtain's coming down. Boy, this is good. So good, I'm all over it. Once again, Barbera's proud to support toysfortots.org.
That's Birds coach Nick's pick.
Coach Sirianni. Boy, I guess.
Follow that bear.
Chiefs. Just $1.99 down, you're driving around Philly town.
That's a lease.
No, that is not a lease. Row after row, ready to go.
Every vehicle Barbera's got helps support Toys for Tots.
Toysfortots.org. We're ladies and gentlemen serving ladies and gentlemen.
With prices so low and
Chiefs. Just $1.99 down, you're driving around Philly town.
And that's why Birds coach Nick picks Barbera.
Boy, I guess.
Hello. One more time for the money, honey. Once again, Barbera's proud to support toysfortots.org.
Barbera! Every vehicle Barbera's got
Chiefs
helps support Toys for Tots.
Oh, mama. Row after row, ready to go. Just $1.99 down, you're driving around Philly town.
Coach Sirianni, is Barbera the best? Boy, I guess.
Go Birds!
Hey, it's Ricky Metallico to tell you about our friends at Schwartz Culleton. You've heard their ads and their iconic phone number for years, 1-800-JUSTICE. When you've been injured in a car accident, there is no greater resource than an experienced lawyer. The lawyers at Schwartz Culleton have well over 100 years combined experience prosecuting claims on behalf of individuals injured in car accidents. They have helped over 10,000 clients obtain the justice they deserve. The firm has become a bedrock of the Philadelphia community and the surrounding suburbs. From start to finish, they'll help you get your car repaired and ensure you have all the best doctors for your injuries. They have relationships with the top medical specialists and have a strong reputation with the insurance companies. There is no doubt you'll get justice if you call 1-800-JUSTICE. Again, that's 1-800-JUSTICE. Call 1-800-JUSTICE today.
O'Reilly. You've got questions? O'Reilly Auto Parts has answers. Need a pro you can trust? We've got that too. No matter what you need, our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Don't miss out on new deals every day at Lowe's. Right now, get can't-miss deals on appliances. Get up to 30% off. Plus, save up to an extra $750 on select major appliances. And buy now, pay later with Lowe's Pay to help balance your budget. Because Lowe's knows deals every day. Valid through 12/20. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Subject to credit approval.
Oh, this cold.
Honey?
Honey?
Honey, you need DayQuil Severe Honey.
DayQuil Severe Honey gives you powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a honeylicious taste, because life doesn't stop for a cold.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
Now I'm getting a cold.
Honey. Try DayQuil Severe Honey for powerful cold and flu relief. DayQuil Severe with honey flavor. The daytime coughing, aching, stuffy head, fever, honeylicious, power through your day medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Meineke is committed to keeping you and your vehicle safe and on the road. Right now, Meineke is offering a semi-synthetic oil change package for only $29.95 with a free tire rotation and battery check. For tires, brakes, batteries, exhaust systems, and more, Meineke, doing car care right.
Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Listen to the John Kincaid Show and the best show ever for the Flyers and Sixers beautiful blend of the week. When it's game time, it's Tully time.
Are you tired of cracked, boring concrete surfaces? Apex Concrete Coating Solutions can turn your garage, patio, basement, or commercial space into a work of art while protecting it against stains, cracks, dullness, and drops.
I couldn't believe the difference it made in my garage. It's super tough and it looks great.
Right now, get a free quote and 10% off your first concrete coating project at ApexConcreteCoatingSolutions.com. That's ApexConcreteCoatingSolutions.com.
Boost Mobile is giving families the holiday gift they really want. $1,000. That's what you could win with Boost Mobile's 12 days of Boostmas. That's right. Boost Mobile is giving away $1,000 a day. And to enter for your chance to win, all you have to do is stop by your local Boost Mobile store. You can enter anytime before December 23rd. But why wait? Head over to your local Boost Mobile store today for your chance to win $1,000 from Boost to you and yours. Sweepstakes ends 12/24/23. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. Visit winwithboostmobile.com/boostmas for details.
In a world of division, we bring people together. 97.5 The Fanatic.
$12:20, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas. Our 12 o'clock hour, as always, brought to us by Service First Heating and Air Conditioning. Get 0% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate when you purchase a complete heating and cooling system from Service First. Learn more at ServiceFirstHVAC.com. Coming up later this segment, I want to look around the NFL from the scores over the weekend. We had a Saturday slate. We had Sunday as well. Not going to spend too much time focusing on the AFC teams, but I will pay attention to the NFC teams as the playoff picture coming into form. There's going to be some crazy changes, the wild card as the weeks go on. But we had a major loss by a team in the NFC East yesterday that we have to get into. So we got that coming up in about 10 minutes. We're continuing the conversation about the Eagles. Eagles taking on the Seahawks tonight, trying to focus on the game itself, but we can't with everything else going on. So, Ray, you put up another poll for us. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Can you tell us what the poll is and what the early answers are right after I tell you the poll that we first put up? Because we put up a poll about an hour ago, and we asked the question, are you happy that the Eagles handed over defensive play calling duties to Matt Patricia? And 80% now say yes to just 20% saying no, which I'm glad that people are happy, right? And I go back to what a lot of you were saying over the last couple of weeks, that you want to change. People keep on putting out what happened to the Buffalo. They get rid of Ken Dorsey. The offense started playing better. Now, a lot of people were saying that about the offensive coordinator here and Brian Johnson, but people weren't happy with the defense either. So you were asking for change, looking for change, and you got the change. And then over the weekend, when that change happened, I saw a lot of people on social media complaining about the panic move, but you kind of got what you want. So 80% are happy that Matt Patricia will be calling plays for the defense tonight. But we went a little deeper into the questioning, Ray. Is that correct?
Yeah, we want to gauge your emotion because you'd be happy about the move. You'd be happy about the change. But seeing the Eagles make something like this, how does that make you feel about the team as a group?
Because that's bigger. Right now, they're telling you, like you said, you made the point last week. It's one thing for us to react. We're fans.
Right.
The team is reacting now.
Mm-hmm.
They are the ones that made the change. And they didn't listen to a guy outside of Nova at the sign.
No.
They made the change themselves.
If they did, we got even bigger problems.
Oh, yeah.
So the question we're posing, decision to hand over the defense to Matt Patricia can be described as a panic move by the Eagles. Emotionally, how do you respond to seeing the Eagles make a move like this so late in the season? So far, 68% of people saying happy, needed to happen, 32% saying panicked. Too much drama.
All right, so a little closer. By 12%, both sides, 68-32. My thing with the panic move, even though a lot of you got what you wanted, the fact that there are issues right now with a team that, for the first 11 games, was 10-1. And then the last 2 games happened. Now, when we go around the league in a little bit, obviously I'm going to talk about the Dallas Cowboys losing yesterday, which is huge for the Eagles in terms of still wanting to win the division. If they are unable to catch the 49ers, if the 49ers say they take care of business against the Ravens, because that's really the last shot the Eagles have, is if the Ravens are able to beat the 49ers and the Eagles win out, which they should be able to do that, the Eagles would get the 1 seed. But if not, you win the division, you got the 2 seed, the Niners and Cowboys would play each other at some point, most likely, and then one of those teams would get knocked out. And then the Eagles would either be at home against Dallas if the Cowboys were to beat the Niners, or they have to travel to San Francisco to take on the Niners in the NFC Championship game, which I think would be more likely. Let me ask you this. I'll go back to something we talked about a couple of times after the Eagles' 2 losses. The Eagles' 2 losses came during the gauntlet. We did the whole, if I were to tell you the Eagles were 10-3 and went hopefully 4-2, because today's the last week of the 6-week gauntlet, and they went 4-2 in the gauntlet, you'd be happy. Right? Like, I'm pretty sure we had that conversation. Before the gauntlet even started, I was outside of Maxie's doing the show on Temple's campus, and you said 3-3. I said 4-2. It could go either way tonight, right? It's either going to be 3-3, it's going to end up being 4-2. One of us will end up being right unless there's a tie, which I don't think will happen. Shocker. Could happen. Not out of the
chaos
realm of
rules the day.
Yeah, it's true. There's a lot of chaos right now. So now that we know what happened, because of the losses to the Cowboys and, of course, the Niners before that, will you still chalk it up to they're in a lot of trouble and obviously the 49ers are playing good football? Or do you still give some of the, not credit, but maybe credit of the 2 losses to the gauntlet? Because look what's happened with the Cowboys. Cowboys just started their gauntlet. Everybody's all doused up, right? They didn't have a shot yesterday. Did the gauntlet play a bit of a factor of the last 2 losses for the Eagles?
I would say yes.
Which is more, I guess, silver lining or looking for a bright side of anything, right?
Yeah, I guess, but if it played a role, why are changes being made?
Yeah,
I guess that to me at this point, like if you want to look at, hey, tough portion of the schedule, blip on the radar, we're going to bounce back. This, I feel like the Eagles are almost telling you, hey, yeah, it might have been a bad spot, but we should have been in a much better position to compete if that's how they truly feel by making these changes.
Yeah, I almost wonder if they waited one more week. Like, let's say the defense played well tonight under Sean Desai. Would we still be worried about Desai's defense, or would we be feeling better? And it's like, okay, well, those last 2 games were really tough. Short week, Chiefs to Bills, 92 snaps, Bills to 49ers, beat up by the Niners, to then beat up by the Cowboys. But now you made the change. Obviously, the question will be if the Eagles play well, was it because of the move they made? I just keep on going back to this gauntlet. And the gauntlet was a tough schedule. And the Eagles could still come out of it 4-2. But is that me just trying to look for something to be happy about? Or have they reached Sixers territory, which I kind of asked the question earlier today of, all right, wake me up when they play the Niners again. Like, I don't know if a win's going to help people today. It's going to be, obviously, you'll be happier. You don't want to go into your day tomorrow, Tuesday, doom and gloom. But I don't know if a win tonight's going to help. Like, it will help me a little bit if the offense looks better.
Oh, yeah. If the offense looks better, especially knowing that Hurts is under the weather, if it looks better, that'll help. I mean, they beat the Seahawks. It will help because it will help your positioning. Like, so much of right now, I think the pent-up anxiety, if I were to be both the person laying on the couch and the therapist taking care of you for myself right now, I would say, looking into my own mindset with this team, the uncertainty of the spot, uncertainty of, hey, what's going to happen here in Seattle tonight drives the thought process of, oh, man, if they don't take care of business. I guess last night I asked the question, did the Cowboys lose and make you feel better about where this team's at? You answer yes if you feel like this team is in a position to take care of its business. I don't know if this is a group right now in a position where I say I can guarantee they're going to take care of their business.
And you're right. You can't guarantee that. But that's kind of why I bring up this now Cowboys gauntlet, right? Like the Cowboys, all of a sudden the Cowboys were trending upward, right? The Cowboys were the team to beat in the NFC East because they handled their business against the Eagles. But their gauntlet, which started what? I'll give you the Seattle game. You want to go with that as week one? All right, they started 2-0. They're already 2-1. And then they have the Dolphins. Then they have the Lions. And then they close out the season with the Commanders. They are already in just 3 games in the gauntlet behind the 8 ball. They did their job tying the Eagles' record, which put them ahead of the Eagles, and then they come right out and they lose to the Bills. And now we talk about common opponents. I know the Eagles lost to the Jets earlier this year, and the Cowboys beat the Jets, but the Cowboys just lost to the Bills, which that gives the Eagles another advantage in terms of winning the division. This is when we always do the whole we're so focused on the Eagles, we don't watch what's going on around the rest of the league. I think it's a good question that you asked that last night. Does the Cowboys loss help you feel better about the Eagles? Maybe not about the team itself, but it makes me feel better that they're going to potentially be the 2 seed. Unless there's a complete collapse, which would be a loss tonight.
Which again comes back to the confidence you have in the group righting the ship. Steadying. I love the point the caller made earlier about you haven't hit the iceberg yet. Like, if this is rearranging furniture on the Titanic, like you haven't hit the iceberg yet. I don't think you've hit the iceberg yet, but be honest with you, if you don't start turning the wheel, like I think, we're going to have to figure out who gets to stay on the door.
Especially when the locker room's already teetering.
Right.
Especially when you're already having locker room issues. Forget coaching change. Locker room issues. Players pointing fingers at other players. Darius Slay, captain, talking about how great he's been, but the rest of the team has not been. If I'm a teammate, I'm not happy with that. I'm sure there's somebody, you guys are making too much of this. I wouldn't want my teammate talking about how great he's been and how the rest of us has stunk. I don't need that. Now, East Village Ventures checks in. This move has all upside, the move of going to Matt Patricia. Sure, Patricia stunk as a head coach in Detroit, but has multiple Super Bowls as a defensive coordinator. If it doesn't pan out, it can't get much worse than the last couple of weeks anyways. It goes back to, you made the comparison to the Trey Turner situation. If the standing ovation didn't work, what's next? If this doesn't work, maybe it can't get much worse, but you may be losing all hope. Because the defense, if the locker room blows up, let's face it, if Matt Patricia, like, you can't, he can't rally the troops, and then all of a sudden it's up to the offense to put up 35-plus points every week in order to win, you're going to lose all hope come playoff time. Not just us as fans, the team will.
Yeah, I don't see Matt Patricia as the rally-around figure. Like, I'm glad some people have that thought today. Like, this will work. I don't see him as the rally-around figure. I don't think.
Well, because people want to change, so that's why they're excited.
Yeah, again, this feels like change for me.
I'm excited to see the product. I'm
interested to see the product.
Right. Well, I'm excited too because I'm excited to hopefully see something better because it has not been good the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the same personnel, except now he's going to be without, like, I don't know. Maybe it's from a point of how much more am I going to learn, especially if it's Drew Lock out there, and then also you're going to be without one of your top corners and one of your top linebackers. So how much am I going to be able to glean from this? How much am I going to be able to take away that what is Patricia and what is Desai, what is this defense, and what is the matchup? Like, there are some things I think we'll be able to take if they look like they're in better position. I mean, it's going to be an interesting test. Night one, hey, no Darius Slay for you. Let's see what you do against a good group of receivers for the Seahawks. But then again, if the defense dominates Drew Lock, am I sold that they made the right move? Like, I don't know. I think this is a couple weeks worth of evidence I would need.
Of data.
And the couple of weeks are going to be potentially Drew Lock, Tommy DeVito, and Kyler Murray. Like,
and that goes back to the wake me up when they played the 49ers.
That almost feels like disrespect to Kyler Murray. I don't mean to disrespect Kyler Murray to put him in that group of 3, but the Cardinals as a whole.
Well, the Cardinals are a mess. Yeah. I mean, that's what it comes down to. The Cardinals are a mess.
Listen, I'm not calling anyone else a mess right now. There's enough drama here. Look, 10-3 is great. There's enough drama here.
Winning heals everything. I don't know when this teetering started. I would believe it was before. the two losses. If two losses led to now all of a sudden it seems like almost shambles. But winning heals a lot of things. And you got to start that tonight. All right, so the Eagles play tonight. They play Monday Night Football. That means there were games over the weekend that we got to really focus on. I'll go around the NFL a little bit. And we'll start with the Saturday slate. Again, I'm going to focus more on the NFC teams. Your Saturday slate, Bengals won in overtime, which means the Vikings took a step back. They are still in the playoff race. I'll give you the playoff picture after we go through this. Gardner Minshew Mania, by the way. Just got to throw that one out there. He stood on his business.
Hey, congrats, man.
They won.
Good for you.
The Lions
beat Trubisky.
Beat up the Broncos, 42-17. It wasn't even close. So now all of a sudden the Lions back in their winning ways, a team that you still have to keep an eye on. I don't think they're going to have the bad loss because we talk about the 2 seed, right? The 49ers would be playing probably the Dallas Cowboys in the playoffs unless the Lions lost to who? It would be the Vikings right now. I don't see that happen. The Vikings are a mess.
Well, yeah, the Lions don't have the fraud loss, I think. I'm thinking they're going to win a playoff game. They definitely did shake my confidence a little bit with the way they played their divisional opponents a couple times.
Yeah.
And if they end up with another North team there. But again, I'm not big on the whole, is Nick Mullins going to turn it up against the Lions?
Neither am I. The Saints beat the Giants yesterday. So can we be done with the Tommy DeVito experiment? I want him to play against the Eagles first. So the Eagles.
Yeah, no, let's keep it going.
Yeah, it's a good point. But the Saints get the win. That's big for personal reasons and also in terms of the NFC South battle because the Falcons lost to the Panthers in a monsoon. However, the Bucs beat the Pack, dude. 34-20. Playoff implications going crazy the last couple of games. Anything NFC South related, and of course the Packers in terms of the wild card. The Bears lose to the Browns, so I think that playoff dream is over. The 49ers completely destroy the Cardinals. Not even close. That's scary. And then the Rams, they keep on making their case to get a playoff spot. They hold on and beat the Commanders 28-20. And as we talked about during this segment, the Bills beat the Cowboys. And the Cowboys are now all of a sudden 2-1 in their gauntlet. They beat up on the little teams. They beat up on the Eagles when the Eagles had a very bad week defensively and then dropped 2 touchdown passes and fumbled the ball 3 times. They go on the road. We know how good they are in Dallas. They go on the road and they get spanked 31-10. So can they go on the road and win a playoff game as well if they are a wild card team? I can't see them losing to the NFC South winner.
That's the saving grace for them. But can they go on the road back-to-back weeks and take care of business back-to-back weeks? Well, honestly, can they do it 3 straight times? Would be more than likely what they would have to do.
Yeah, probably not. So yeah, probably not. So the Cowboys locked up a playoff spot, though. The Eagles, of course, locked up a playoff spot, and the 49ers locked up a playoff spot with the 1 seed still up for grabs. So your NFC playoff picture right now. And we'll go through who the Eagles would be playing if the season were to end today. If the season were to end today, by the way, the Eagles would be the 2 seed. The 49ers up top, number 1. Eagles, number 2. Even if with a win tonight, the 49ers would be the 1 seed because they won the head-to-head matchup. The Lions currently the 3 seed and leaders of the NFC North. The Bucs currently the leaders of the NFC South, which puts them at the 4 spot. But they are 7-7 as well as the New Orleans Saints, who they beat the Giants, and the Falcons losing, but the Falcons 6-8, so they're still in it. They would then play the 5th seed, the Bucs, which would be the Dallas Cowboys. The Lions would play the 6th seed, which would be the Minnesota Vikings. And if the season were to end today, the Eagles would be taking on the Rams, who have found new life offensively. Cooper Kupp didn't do anything for my fantasy team all season long and has decided to late in the year when I was already eliminated in my 1 league.
I'm sure he did that intentionally, just to spite you.
He probably did. He said, screw that Chunas. He hates Sean McVay. I'll show him. And then he decides to, put on his big boy pants for the playoff push. So if the season were to end today, the Eagles would be taking on the LA Rams. But that could change because the Rams are trending upward. The Vikings trending down. Those 2 teams could flip. The Eagles could easily be playing the Vikings come playoff time. Or they could be playing the Saints. or a loss tonight, the Seahawks would be in the running as well. The Packers take a major hit, though, with that loss. The Packers, we talked about having, one of the more better, reasonable stretches. I always forget.
Yeah, they got the Panthers next week, and it's the Vikings and the Bears.
Yeah.
But it's win-out time for them.
I needed your boy to do me a favor this weekend.
Listen, he can't control the fact his defense led 381 yards to Baker Mayfield. All right,
I needed your boy to do me a favor.
You can't put everything on Jordan Love.
Saints still behind the 8 ball. I needed your boy to do me a favor.
He tried. Okay, forget the fumble lost. All right, outside of that, what are you supposed to do? Baker Mayfield throws for almost 400 yards. You're supposed to. That's the quarterback's fault.
Could be. Maybe put him in a bad position.
Oh, stop it.
All right, so there's your scores from around the NFL. But the big one was the Cowboys losing. And, we're fortunate of that because I do think it's not out of the realm of a possibility. Like, if you're talking about path to the playoffs, right, I still believe 1 seed, very important. We talk about the aging players on this team, necessary rest. I mean, hell, you're going into a Monday night game missing 3 starters. In Darius Slay, Zach Cunningham, and then Cam Jurgens, your right guard. So you're missing 3 starters going into a Monday night game. Obviously, having the bye in the first round is the most important thing. But if they're unable to catch the Niners, which is still possible, I will keep on saying it's still possible. They got to play the Ravens, who the Ravens beat up on the Jaguars. The Ravens are a very good football team. I give them a lot of credit for continuing to take care of business after losing Mark Andrews. But let's say you can't get the 1 seed and you finish as the 2 seed, hold on to your business and take care of business, winning the division. You would be playing a combination, either the Rams, the Vikings. I'll throw the Bucs and Saints out there because one of those 2 teams will win the division. The other could be in the running for that final wild card spot, or even the Seahawks. You should beat any of those teams in Lincoln Financial Field. You take care of business then, and let's say the Cowboys beat the Bucs, which I believe that they would, and the Lions beat the 6th seed, which I believe will happen. The Eagles would then be hosting the Detroit Lions, which if we're talking secondary, that's still dangerous. And then the 49ers would be taking on the Cowboys. And we kind of joked about this last week in a serious way. We would root for the Cowboys, because I'd rather take on the Cowboys than the 49ers. But maybe the best thing out of all of it is one of those 2 teams is beat up in the NFC Championship game. And then you're either hosting the Cowboys or you're heading to San Francisco for a rematch, in which I don't think you're going to get blown out like you did last time. I said that ever since the loss to the Niners. If you face each other again, you're not going to get blown out again. So basically the question is, would you rather be the 1 seed or the 2 seed? I still prefer the 1 seed because I want the bye. But you would probably have to play Dallas and then San Francisco. It goes back to what we just talked about with the 49ers. The 49ers would have to beat the Cowboys and then beat the Eagles to get to the Super Bowl. Man, I can't get enough of it. It's nonstop drama just in the playoff team. Just in terms of football, there's drama. However, I could deal with less drama when it comes to the Eagles itself. So we got our final hour coming up. The questions that we have for you at 610-632-0975. Number 1, can the Eagles overcome all the in-house drama that we're now all of a sudden dealing with? Number 2, just a thought on the Matt Patricia move. Are you happy with Matt Patricia being your new defensive coordinator? I thought Sean Desai got a bit too much heat with the personnel because it wasn't good. Is Matt Patricia all of a sudden going to be like this recipe for success? I don't know. But a lot of you want to change, and you got it. And does a win tonight, if we're talking about the game, because we should be, it's a football Monday, it's a game day football Monday, does a win tonight put you in a better spot in terms of your mentality when it comes to the Eagles, your confidence with the Eagles? And if not, what will it take? Or have they reached Sixers territory of wake me up when they get out of the second round? 610-632-0975. Get into the conversation coming up next right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Today's show, by the way, being presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more. So I'm now using promo code pregame. Ray, let's add 2 more legs to the SGP. I'm going to go with a member of the Seahawks. DK Metcalf, if I just wanted 50-plus receiving yards out of Metcalf, that's minus 182. I know it's Drew Lock, but we know it's the Eagles secondary, and it's Metcalf. He's a beast. He could break off one tackle and get that, as we've seen. I'll go Metcalf 50-plus yards, alternate receiving yards.
I'm so glad it took to this point in the show for both of us to end up putting a Seahawks leg.
Oh, okay. What do you got?
I was looking at Metcalf, and I thought, well, there's no Cunningham in the middle of the field. And a backup quarterback, what's his best friend? Oh, the tight end.
Tight end, a little Noah Fant.
Let's go 25-plus.
25-plus? That's at plus 112. You add those two legs, all of a sudden now we're 10 leg, $10 SGP. Scores you $1,500, Ray. We were close during the Phillies run. Maybe we can get close tonight or hit like we did once during the Phillies playoff run. You can do all this on your FanDuel Sportsbook app as the weather gets colder. The NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get on all the action. The app is super easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. For this, if you're a new user, a $5 bet on a money line when the Eagles are the favorite at minus 180, a $5 bet wins you a little more than $2. But if you're a new user, a $5 bet, and if it hits, you score $150. So visit FanDuel.com/pregame. That's FanDuel.com/pregame. FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. You got to be 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Is it game time yet? I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by FanDuel. This holiday season, all your wishes are coming true with FanDuel. Download the app now at FanDuel.com/pregame. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Eagles play the Seahawks tonight on Monday Night Football, coming off the back-to-back blowout losses. What a wild weekend of storylines with this Eagles team. First up, Jalen Hurts is questionable for the game due to an illness that forced him to travel separate from the team. Good news coming today from Ian Rappaport saying that Hurts is likely to play tonight. Now for the big news on the defensive side of the football. Sean Desai stripped the defensive play calling duty, sentenced up to the booth. Matt Patricia coming down to the field and will take over the defense. In injury news, Darius Slay, Zach Cunningham, and Cam Jurgens are all out tonight. The big news out of football on Sunday, the Cowboys getting crushed by the Bills, meaning the Eagles can take a one-game lead in the NFC East if they win tonight. Sixers back in action tonight. 76ers dominated bad basketball teams as of late, win 6 straight games. Most recently is the big win over the Hornets on Saturday tonight. It's a matchup with the Bulls at 7. Catch the live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Flyers stayed hot over the weekend, beat the Red Wings 1-0 on Saturday night. They'll be back in action Tuesday night against New Jersey Devils. This update's also brought to you by Lowe's. Don't miss out on new deals every day during Lowe's 25 days deals. Save big on daily deals for the whole home. 25 days of deals only at Lowe's. Keep it locked here for all the latest news and information. I'm right on the home for the Sixers and Flyers. 97.5 The Fanatic.
John Kincaid, Bob Cooney, Pat Egan. Listen for the big storylines in Philly sports that matter to you. The John Kincaid Show. Weekday morning 6 to 10. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Today's show is presented by FanDuel. Make every moment more. Use promo code PREGAME.
He could go all the way! A 100-yard kickoff return!
In football, the special teams unit is the team's unsung hero. While they may be on the field only 20% of the time, special teams have an outsized impact on the game. In business, when tech problems interfere with productivity and prevent growth, Philly area CEOs and business owners sub in the special teams unit from Graffin Business Systems for managed IT services and comprehensive tech support for the win. Whether you need help with upgrading your infrastructure, server network support, cloud services, cybersecurity, or voice over IP, Graffin will put together a game plan that will keep your organization in the win column. From strategy to planning to implementation and beyond, Graffin keeps businesses going, and that's no bull. Put Graffin's IT special teams to work for your business at Graffin.com. That's GRAFFEN.com.
2023 is coming to a close, and Spring Dance Hot Tubs has got you covered this holiday season. All 2023 models must go. Enjoy up to $5,000 off on hot spring spas, caldera spas, or any of the other amazing tub brands available to you exclusively at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Or relax and enjoy the many health benefits offered by a new sauna from Finleo. Save up to $2,000 on a new sauna for your home or business. All 2023 models must go. Save big now at any of Spring Dance Hot Tubs' 4 convenient locations or visit springdancehottubs.com.
I'm David Keller from David Auto, and what a great time to be a Philly sports fan. Man, I love Philly sports, and I love being your car dealer. Getting my clients the cars they want at the right price is a passion of mine. Cars for every facet of your life, and some of the hottest cars on the planet. So if you're listening, I can be your dealer. For years, you've told me how to be your dealer. I'm just the guy that listens. Enjoy your family, your friends, and our Philly sports. And when you need me and my amazing team, we'll be there for you. Because after all, I have always been your car dealer. You just didn't know it.
This holiday season, visit Boot Barn for top quality gifts that pay tribute to the lasting heritage of the West. From handcrafted cowboy boots and American-made felt hats to hand-stitched leather jackets, our in-store experts will help guide you as you shop, assisting with boot fitting and providing complimentary hat shaping. This holiday, share a piece of the American spirit. Boot Barn. Unwrap the West.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent scent. All over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Since this ad for Rand and Mike Spear is on a sports station, we could fill it with clumsy sports tie-ins like calling Rand and Mike Spear is a slam dunk, or you'll score big when you demand Rand. Instead, we'll just tell you Rand and Mike Spear have won over $750 million for their clients. They are the personal injury specialist. Now that's a Hall of Fame performance. Need help? Call 1-800-90-LEGAL and demand Rand, or start your claim online now at randspear.com. 1-800-90-LEGAL, randspear.com.
We interrupt your regularly scheduled brake squealing for this breaking news bulletin. Right now, get 50% off brake pads and shoes at your local Meineke Car Care Center. For tires, brakes, batteries, exhaust, and more, trust Meineke. Doing car care right.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? And if you drive while you're high, law enforcement can definitely tell. If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. Paid for by NHTSA.
Ricky Bowe here for Alpha Men's Center. Did you know that most men over age 50 have ED? Over 60%. Don't let that number get you down, because Alpha Men's Center has a 96% success rate treating ED. Yes, 96%. Right now, your first consultation is only $99, which includes the visit, blood work, and test dose. Schedule yours today at alphamencenter.com or call 484-685-1235. Get off the sidelines and back in the game with Alpha Men's Center.
Bring in 2024 at Xfinity Live, Philly's hottest New Year's Eve party. Your ticket includes a premium food and beverage package, live performance by Go-Go Gadget, exclusive access to 5 venues with multiple DJs, karaoke, silent disco, bull riding, 360 photo booth, midnight toast, party favors, and more. VIP tables are available and include a designated server, bottle service, and access to Xfinity Live's private mezzanine level. The party kicks off at 9 p.m. Ticket prices will increase leading up to the event, so get yours today at xfinitylive.com/events.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Don't worry, Ray, I'm good.
Hello.
It's 12:51, 97.5 The Fanatic. Right before we came back, I ate a Nutri-Grain bar, and I asked Ray to grab some audio, and I guess a piece of the Nutri-Grain bar just did not want to enter my belly, and so I started choking, and then I needed to run and get some water, and fortunately there was 1 cup left, Ray, so I took care of business. You haven't been doing your job much recently.
So it's funny, I actually today looked at the 1 cup that I had brought over here over the weekend, and said, oh, wow, I got to go take care of that before the show today. And quite clearly, I didn't live up to my standard, and I'm sorry.
Ray used to be the let me grab cups for the station guy. And he stopped. So I've now since taken over those duties.
I don't know if that's really the case. You've kind of taken it away from me. I don't ever think it was you taking over the duties. I think you just started doing it.
I don't see you making the effort anymore. So somebody had to.
I don't know if that's the case.
Because we live on an island here. You know, all the other fancy radio stations are all together, so they get all this stuff. And like pens or cups or, paper. Tyrone had to buy his own freaking stapler. Couldn't get a stapler in this part of the building. So, the little man, somebody has to step up. And you were doing a good job at it, and then you stopped.
I would still say it's one of the...
producing middays, and all of a sudden you think grabbing cups is beneath you.
Okay, let's relax on that one. You're the one that goes over and drinks the coffee from WMMR, which puts you much closer to those cups every time.
All right.
So I think you decide, you know what? This little young guy thinks that he's going to show how much of a team player he is. No shot.
Right, yeah.
I'm the better team player.
I'm a vet. I'm a vet.
Yeah. Seems like you're pointing fingers here. All right? I don't like it.
All right, so a couple of things. Can you also get me Ian Rappaport? He spoke about Jalen Hurts recently. So coming up this segment, we're going to play some audio for you. Pat McAfee, we know he has his show on ESPN. He spoke with Adam Schefter about the decision to move on from Sean Desai and to put Matt Patricia in as the defensive coordinator. So we'll play that for you as long as it's clean, because I know sometimes there's the curse words, which is, we just got to clean that up because of our FCC regulations. But Ian Rappaport also spoke about the latest on Jalen Hurts and Geno Smith. So Geno Smith might not play tonight. He's banged up. They're fighting for a playoff spot. Geno Smith did not play last week against the 49ers, and it looks like he might not go today. Jalen Hurts, of course, is questionable with an illness. John Clark, I'll just read you the blurb. We're going to end up playing the audio for you. But John Clark quote tweeted the video, which is why I saw it. And he said Jalen Hurts was so weak from the illness over the weekend, it was not known if he would be able to even travel to Seattle, which he took his own plane yesterday. He said it is more than a cold, and he has flu-like symptoms. Which, remember, he had the flu-like symptoms earlier this year against the Buccaneers. And he didn't necessarily play the greatest game, but he made his first, legit good play of the season. That was the touchdown pass to Zacchaeus, where he extended the play in the pocket, rolled to his right. This was in the red zone. Remember, there was red zone issues, all kinds of issues. And then Jalen Hurts eventually gets the touchdown pass. So that's good. But, I'd rather him not always have to have flu-like symptoms for him to make some plays.
Rather him just be healthy enough to travel with the team.
Yeah. The other thing, something that I haven't necessarily thought about, but Shaq Leonard's going to have to play tonight. A lot. Now that Zach Cunningham's out. So we haven't really talked much about the game today because there's been so much drama surrounding the Eagles and the coaching change, and we'll get to that audio in a little bit. But now all of a sudden, you have to rely. This is why I couldn't totally kill Sean Desai, if I'm being honest with you. Earlier this year, they had to rely on Bradley Roby coming off the street to play slot corner for you. And it was detrimental to the team when he got hurt because he was actually playing at a respectable level. And now all of a sudden, you're relying on Shaq Leonard just his second week with the team. Now that Zach Cunningham's not going to be playing today, man, this is a scary spot. And I know Ray's been worried. I'll use the word scared. You've been scared about this spot as that's how you feel.
Scared little child was the phrasing I was using.
Yeah. Now all of a sudden you're relying on Jalen Hurts to overcome his flu-like symptoms. Out west, tough place to travel to, in Seattle. Tyler Steen or Sua Opeta at right guard. And defensively, you're now playing probably a little bit. I don't think they made a drastic change defensively in week one of Matt Patricia. But you now have to rely on Shaq Leonard to go out there and play respectable football. And that scares me a little bit. Is 27 points, Ray? I'll ask you this. Is 27 points enough to win this game? Because that's what I said. I think the offense could put up 27 points. But will that be enough tonight?
If Drew Lock plays,
So you say 27 points against Drew Lock is enough.
Yeah.
Is 27 points enough against a banged-up Geno Smith? I still think so.
I'd like to go over the 30-point threshold if at all possible on that one.
Here's the deal. This is one of those days where the wrath of the Philadelphia sports fan will be felt tomorrow. Unless it's a blowout win. But you know what? The wrath will be felt either way. Because, Ray, they have to do something tonight to win this game. They have to run the football. I see you rolling your eyes. They have to run the football. The Seahawks are not a good defense against the run. Jalen Hurts is already dealing with an illness. They might have to run the football, man. They got to get the offense moving. And, oh, by the way, one of the things that isn't necessarily talked about all that much when we talk about the run the football conversation is you got to control the clock a little bit, too, which they have not done the last 2 weeks. Now, part of that was they weren't getting big runs on, like, 1st and 10, or they weren't getting plays on 1st and 10, run or pass. Man, they might have to run the football in order to win this game.
Well, then they can't blink and be down 17-3.
No, they can't.
Blink and,
you're right.
Or not finish drives early on, let the 49ers right back into the game. Like, they didn't run the ball efficiently in the first half against the 49ers, and I saw people with the run the ball campaign following what the Bills did to the Cowboys, and that's great. The Bills got up 7-0 early using decently balanced attack on that first drive. They realized, oh, yeah, we can really run the football on them. They're leading. They're not playing from behind. They're not playing behind by multiple scores. Like, you have to take control of the football game, and then you can really, really attack that. I don't see it as a run the ball, and then you take control. I think you play your game. If you're able to take control, then running the football is going to be able to.
Well, what if part of taking control is also implementing the run? And again, not traditional runs. That's what I want. Let the offensive line work, especially with it. Look, you got a right guard, either Steen or Opeta, who has to play in Seattle and deal with the 12th man, all that kind of stuff. Just get pushed at the line of scrimmage, man. I know I sound like a caveman right now. I don't know if I can rely on Jalen Hurts having to throw for 300 in order to win this game. He could probably do it with A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and the secondary for Seattle's been not as good as I thought they would end up being, but the pass rush has been, and they've had struggle protecting, or, because they didn't struggle protecting against San Francisco, Hurts has struggled with his comfortability in the pocket. Today may be I don't want to say dumb it down, dude, but like today you might have to actually run the football in order to get a win against Seattle.
But when we talk about running the football, because this, again, comes back to the beginning of the game, the San Francisco first half was what, 50-50 we said? Just about? When it came down to the splits of what they ran and passed?
No, it was the San Francisco, or the Dallas game.
Well, Dallas, the first drive, I believe, was 50-50.
It was, yeah.
And then, you blink and all of a sudden down 17-3. First half, I think, for San Francisco was 50-50. And you're down 14-6. You came out at halftime, all of a sudden you blink, now you're down 21-6. Like, they have tried to do it. The game script has put them behind the 8 ball in terms of running it. And also in San Francisco game, they weren't running it efficiently, which didn't help.
Right. It didn't help.
And they got down by 15 points. You haven't been running the ball efficiently. You can't really stick with it when you only got a half of football to try and recover 15 points.
All right, then can it go back to no read option runs?
I'm fine with running the ball traditionally.
Kill the mesh. I learned that. Dan Orlovsky.
Yes.
Kill the mesh.
Football guys.
Just saying. Do we have the Schefter audio available just yet? No?
Working on finishing
it up. All right. So I'll set it up for you. Pat McAfee obviously has a show on ESPN. And Adam Schefter, who you'll hear on the John Kincaid show on Wednesday, he was on with the Pat McAfee show. And they started talking about, obviously, all the news of the day. And one of the big things was the Eagles making a change. What I believe... Well, it's drastic. Like, we know it's a drastic change. Was it a move out of panic? A lot of you want to change anyway, so you got what you wished for. I will still stand by. I don't think Sean Desai is this worst defensive coordinator of all time. I know the defense has not been good. I think a lot of it also has to do with personnel. But maybe Matt Patricia puts them in a different position, which is why I don't kill the Eagles for making this move. The next question will end up being who made the move, though. Was this a Nick Sirianni decision? Was this Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie? putting it on the table and saying, no, we're your bosses and we want Matt Patricia. This is why we brought him in for a potential situation like that. Like, I don't know what exactly went into it, but here's Adam Schefter talking about it with Pat McAfee.
Well, the story is that their defense this year is underperformed. The story is that Jonathan Gannon left to become the head coach out in Arizona. Vic Fangio was a guy that was helping run the defense on the side as a consultant. Vic Fangio goes to Miami. They hired Sean Desai. Now, at the end, because Gannon was the last guy out the door, they were interviewing defensive coordinator candidates after every other team had chosen their coordinators. And though they went and hired Sean Desai. And the defense this year has struggled some. It has not been the same defense that it was last year. It's really struggled, I think, on third downs. It struggled in the red zone. Yep. This team has fallen behind at halftime in each of the last 6 games. So the Eagles haven't been able to rush the quarterback the way they normally were. And I just think that this defense has lacked a certain overall aggressive attitude that they've had in other years, whether that's Sean Desai or not. They just have. And so I think this team's trying to shake up things. And Sean Desai stays as the defensive coordinator in title.
Yeah.
But Matt Patricia is going to be running the defense now tonight in Seattle. And we're going to see what kind of a difference that makes, if any. I think they believe it will make a difference. And I think when you come off the kind of loss that they had last week and the way they've played recently, I think they're looking to shake things up here and make some improvements for the post-stretch run.
Was there questions about old buddy's moxie? You know, there was Florio had a report that said guys didn't like the way the guy just kind of moped around.
Nope.
Didn't have enough confidence. That's what they said. His personality didn't match the defense. Now, Matt Patricia does not lack confidence, I do not believe.
No.
Especially whenever it comes to calling defensive plays against the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, right.
I mean, just all of that type of thing. Of course, they just fall into Matt Patricia being there.
So, look, I don't want to sound like a Sean Desai apologist because I'm not trying to. He could not come up with an answer the last 2 weeks. But here, listen to some of the things that Adam Schefter pointed out there. They're, not good on third down or in the red zone. Okay. Maybe scheme up something on third down to make things better. We heard Nick Sirianni, I think this was after the 49ers game, was talking about how that week of practice was strictly trying to fix third down in the red zone. And those are two things that Adam Schefter completely points out, by the way, in which they struggle, which we knew that. But I just find it interesting that that's something Sirianni said during his press conference, and that they're working on, and that's one of the reasons why maybe Sean Desai is not the defensive coordinator anymore. But the whole aggressive style, this is where, this is what, it doesn't match the talent on the defense. Well, when they have tried to blitz, right, you've given the numbers. When they have tried to be aggressive, it has gone terribly for the Eagles. Well, Brock Purdy was 11 of 12 against the blitz.
Might be giving him an extra completion. Might be 10 of 11, but one of the
10
two.
of 11,
yeah,
and it was like for hundreds of yards. How can I put that on Desai when he was trying to be aggressive at spots and then it just wasn't working? Now, the other thing is, can I blame him for, let's go with the defensive front. The Eagles live and die by the defensive front. They have talent in Darius Slay and James Bradbury at the cornerback position, but it's live and die with the defensive front. Hassan Reddick playing a lot of snaps. He's had a decent season, but he's playing a lot of snaps. Josh Sweat has done nothing in the last month. Is it because he's playing a lot of snaps? Your rotational guys is Brandon Graham. You don't have much of a rotation. I'm not pining for Derek Barnett to come back by any means, but you got rid of Barnett. Nolan Smith finally played a lot of snaps last week, and it wasn't necessarily all that great. We've talked about that play in coverage where he looked like a deer in the headlights. And then your interior defensive line, you're relying on Fletcher Cox, who's getting up there in age. Jordan Davis, who played 20% of snaps last year, is now playing in the 50s. And Jalen Carter, who I think has hit a rookie wall. Is that Sean Desai's fault? Can anyone fix that is my question. Matt Patricia might be a better candidate, but can anybody fix that this late in the season? There is no rest period. Jalen Carter is not all of a sudden going to get healthier or fresher legs. That's not changing anytime soon.
Yeah, you might be able to blame him for a lack of rotation early in the season. Like it didn't.
But who are you rotating?
Well, I think the fact you didn't get, and I know you talking with Pat every week on the pregame show. He wanted to see more Nolan Smith from the jump.
He always has.
Maybe he wasn't ready, and I'll go with the old. They see in practice what they're getting out there, so maybe that's why there wasn't more of a rotation. But without rotating those guys in, maybe protecting Brandon Graham and his age, I think there were some miscalculations on the personnel in this group. Like I think that's where this comes back to. Like you relied on some of this rotation getting a little bit older, spending the money on keeping them because there are guys that's people wanted Brandon Graham back. People were questioning bringing back Fletcher Cox, but if anything,
he's been pretty good for him.
Yeah, he's been better for them. So they rely on that. They rely on that pass rush, which was again a deep rotation a season ago, getting home. Then you go out to the corners, and you basically said, "Hey, 30-plus-year-old corners, we're going to strip the safety help that you had a season ago. We're going to have our third safety from a year ago be our number one safety, and we'll figure out that second spot."
I still don't blame the Eagles for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
No, I think more happened there that was out of their control.
I think the agent completely screwed that one up.
But when we're talking about what went wrong, like Sean Desai has his blame in this. But
he does, absolutely.
He's already faced his consequences.
Right. And I don't know if Matt Patricia steps in here and fixes it. Now, if I'm looking for something to be positive about, I said this last week, and I'll say it again. I don't need the 85 Bears holding the opposing team to 14 points a game. That's not going to happen, okay? They're still going to give up their points. But maybe there's a bit of a mentality of going to make a play, which is something I bring up. We talked about it earlier. The Eagles are 25th in the NFL in turnovers. They have forced 15 turnovers. That's it. 15. That is very, very little, especially in week one when they forced, 2? The pick 6 and the forced fumble. So they had 2 in week one. They, only 15 this season. And could that be Sean Desai wasn't putting them in the right kind of position to make plays? Does Matt Patricia, a little bit more of a seasoned defensive coordinator, go, all right, this is what I got. Let me try to make the most of what I do have, because they're not going to get better. Like the talent is not changing. It's who you have. And maybe Matt Patricia goes, okay, I can implement maybe a little bit more of an aggressive approach. Because I saw an Eagles team beat my Super Bowl team, my Patriots, when I was defensive coordinator, by making one play defensively. And it was a strip sack. That's all it took. It was one play defensively. Do you want to rely on one play? No, probably not. That's how you beat the Bills earlier this year. You had a James Bradbury interception. It took one play.
Devil's advocate.
Go ahead.
Matt Patricia's defense in that game. 41 points. Backup quarterback.
Yes. Yeah, that's true.
So,
but the team of the Eagles were destined.
Right? Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You never know. The Eagles might be destined this year, too. All right.
Sure,
okay.
Yeah, because the Ravens did it in 2012, so that's...
They did do that. All right, we also have Ian Rapport. Here's Rapport talking about the quarterback situation for tonight's game.
Well, just knowing Jalen Hurts and seeing him operate, I believe also he is going to play mainly because he always plays. But this is not a cold. This is not a little thing. It's not actually the flu either. But it is something that left him weak enough to where at some point he was really wondering, is he going to be able to travel? Maybe this is not a good idea. Ended up not going with the team, just dealing with weakness and all sorts of flu-like symptoms, but again, not actually the flu. So it remains to be seen whether he'll go tonight. I am with you. I believe it will probably happen, but not to say that this is nothing. Meanwhile, another quarterback status that we are also tracking, Geno Smith, the starting quarterback for the Seahawks, dealing with a groin injury, was essentially a 2-week injury for Geno Smith. Was not able to play last week. Obviously tried, just really could not get there. I would say this week also a challenge, more of an uphill battle, so a very real chance we see Drew Lock in there for the Seahawks in the game. They really have to have it.
So it could be a sick Jalen Hurts versus a healthier Drew Lock. We're all thinking it, right? He probably just has COVID, but, we're done with that. So, yeah.
I'm trying to find the illness that he would have.
Flu-like symptoms, not a flu. What else is it? I'm not saying he should stay away from the team.
RSV?
We're past that nowadays.
Right? Is the RSV? Is that the other one? That
yeah, that's a big one. I mean, that's technically the common colds, but it's a different strain. I know it because Cooper had it, and it's like it doesn't affect me the way that it affected my son. Like Cooper I had to take him to the hospital, so like a little bit different for adults.
I'm just not a doctor, so I don't know where else I would go with this.
It's just, we'll see. He's gonna play tonight. Like there is no way Jalen Hurts misses this game tonight, unless the dude's got 104 fever and it would be detrimental to his life if he were to play. I can't see him missing time.
I can't imagine him missing time, but I didn't imagine we'd get to the point where at some point they're saying his traveling was in jeopardy.
Yeah, in which he had to take his own private flight. Crazy, man. All right, we have one segment left. We'll continue talking about tonight's game and continue talking about the drama surrounding the Philadelphia Eagles. It's never a dull moment in Philadelphia sports, man. Doesn't matter what team. We always got something to talk about. 610-632-0975. Your thoughts on tonight's game. And, of course, the move that happened. Are you happy that they made the move? Sean Desai to the booth. Matt Patricia now calling the plays for the Eagles defensively. A team that's 10-3, making a major move like that this late in the season. Love to hear your thoughts on it right here. 97.5 The Fanatic. And, by the way, today's show being presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more. Sign up now using promo code pregame. Ray and I have been adding legs to our SGP. So we're going to add two final legs. We'll give you the final tally coming up next, before we get out of here. If Hurts, you gave me the security blanket for Drew Lock. If Hurts isn't feeling well, he might also need the security blanket in the tight end. How about 4+ receptions at -180 for Dallas Goedert?
All right. I like it.
A little underneath routes here and there.
We haven't touched the game total, correct?
No.
I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that down. I'm going to go alternate here. I'm going to take it down just a little bit. Let's not a lot of juice to it, but the over 40.5.
All right. Alternate total points. You're going to go over 40.5. We got a big SGP. I'll tell you what the results are coming up next. But as the weather gets colder, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get all the action. The app's super easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. In this case, if you're a new user, a $5 moneyline bet on the Eagles. Well, if you're not a new user and it hits, you got $2 extra to play with. If you're a new user, $5 moneyline bet on the Eagles and it hits, you're winning $150. Just visit FanDuel.com/pregame. That's FanDuel.com/pregame. FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. You got to be 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is knowledgeable bonus bets that expires 7 days at the receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Man, what a weekend. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by FanDuel. This holiday season, all your wishes are coming true with FanDuel. Download the app now at FanDuel.com/pregame gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Eagles play the Seahawks on Monday Night Football tonight. And following the back-to-back blowout losses, well, there's just a lot of Eagles news, and especially a lot that came out over the weekend. First up, Jalen Hurts questionable for the game tonight due to an illness that forced him to travel separate from the team. Ian Rappaport reporting that it is likely that Hurts will play. Now, on the defensive side of the ball, plenty of conversation surrounding the decision to move Sean Desai away from play-calling duties and up to the booth. Matt Patricia now taking over the defense and will be down on the field. Injury front for tonight, Darius Slay, Zach Cunningham, and Cam Jurgens all out. Big news from Sunday in the NFL. The Cowboys got blown out by the Bills. Sixers back in action tonight. The 76ers have been dominating bad basketball teams as of late, win 6 straight games. Most recently, it was a big win over the Hornets on Saturday night. Tonight, it's a matchup with the Bulls at 7. Catch the live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Flyers stayed hot over the weekend, beating the Red Wings 1-0 on Saturday night. They'll be back in action Tuesday night against the New Jersey Devils. This update is also brought to you by DaVita. DaVita invests in career growth for nurses. Be a part of a team where you are a top priority. New pay rates at DaVita.jobs/Philly. That's DaVita.jobs/Philly. It's your time to join Team DaVita. Keep it locked here for all the latest news and information. I'm right down the home for the Sixers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Today's show is presented by FanDuel. Make every moment more. Use promo code PREGAME.
Listen to The Fanatic all week for the chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Sixers on their current homestand. Purchase tickets for any 76ers game at Ticketmaster.com/76ers.
Don't stand around. The curtain's coming down. Boy, this is good. So good, I'm all over it. Once again, Barbera is proud to support ToysForTots.org.
That's Birds coach Nick's pick.
Coach Sirianni. Boy, I guess.
Follow that bear.
Jeeps. Just $1.99 down. You're driving around Philly town.
That's a lease. No, that is not a lease.
Row after row, ready to go.
Every vehicle Barbera's got helps support Toys for Tots.
ToysForTots.org. We're ladies and gentlemen serving ladies and gentlemen.
With prices so low and
Jeeps. Just $1.99 down. You're driving around Philly town.
And that's why Birds coach Nick picks Barbera.
Boy, I guess. Hello. One more time for the money, honey. Once again, Barbera is proud to support ToysForTots.org.
Barbera! Every vehicle Barbera's got
Jeeps.
helps support Toys for Tots.
Oh, mama. Row after row, ready to go. Just $1.99 down. You're driving around Philly town.
Coach Sirianni, is Barbera the best?
Boy, I guess. Go Birds!
5-game Sixer holiday flex packs are now here. They're perfect for a gift or for you to just treat yourself. You can create your own 5-game packages with games you want to see, including the Warriors, the Nuggets, the Clippers, and more. And with every holiday flex pack purchased, you'll receive a limited edition 76 Originals City Edition t-shirt inspired by the Reading Terminal Market and receive enhanced priority for playoff tickets. For more information, visit Sixers.com/flex or give us a call at 215-339-7676.
2023 is coming to a close, and Spring Dance Hot Tubs has got you covered this holiday season. All 2023 models must go. Enjoy up to $5,000 off on Hot Spring Spas, Caldera Spas, or any of the other amazing hot tub brands available to you exclusively at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Or relax and enjoy the many health benefits offered by a new sauna from Finleo. Save up to $2,000 on a new sauna for your home or business. All 2023 models must go. Save big now at any of Spring Dance Hot Tubs' 4 convenient locations, or visit springdancehottubs.com.
Hey guys, it's Andrew. The holiday season is in full swing, and the showcases at Family & Company Jewelers are fully stocked. Planning to pop the question this year? How about stuffing her stocking with a diamond engagement ring? Or if you just want a little extra action under the mistletoe, you can't go wrong with a pair of diamond stud earrings. Check off your whole list with one stop to Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday diamond destination, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, or online at FamilyJewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Boost Mobile is giving families the holiday gift they really want. $1,000. That's what you could win with Boost Mobile's 12 days of Boostmas. That's right. Boost Mobile is giving away $1,000 a day. And to enter for your chance to win, all you have to do is stop by your local Boost Mobile store. You can enter anytime before December 23rd. But why wait? Head over to your local Boost Mobile store today for your chance to win $1,000 from Boost to you and yours. Sweepstakes ends 12/24/23. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. Visit winwithboostmobile.com/boostmas for details.
O'Reilly. Cleaning your fuel system can help your engine run better and improve gas mileage. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts and pick up a bottle of Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner. On sale now. Buy one, get one free. Plus get 2 times O-Rewards points. Get more fuel-saving tips from the professional parts people at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent scent. On low Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, oh, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Is it time for maintenance on your vehicle? Stop into your locally owned Meineke today for an oil change and get a free tire rotation. Right now, synthetic oil change is just $59.95. Up to 5-quart standard filter plus disposal fees. Tires, brakes, alignments, batteries, exhaust. Meineke, doing car care right.
Thanks to Total Wine, you saved more on all the
for gifts for the ones you adore. Wine, spirits, beers, all nestled on shelves.
Find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Hey, guys, Andrew, listen up. You got a week left, okay? Do yourself a favor in multiple ways. You want to score a touchdown this holiday season with the perfect Christmas gift? Then trust me, Pajamagram's famous naturally new pajamas, they're going to make you a holiday hero, okay? Let me speak off of experience. They're very comfortable, all right? That's what Christy told me. They're very comfortable. She also likes the way she looks in them. And this is why they sell out every single year, all right? Because not only is she very comfortable, but you're doing yourself a favor. Because the naturally new pajamas, they're known for ultimate comfort and style, which is great. Soft and silky, which is nice for when you also see how they feel. They're also better than lingerie with the curved caressing fit. So when I say you're doing yourself a favor, I'm not just saying do yourself a favor like, hey, you only have 7 days left. I have the best Christmas gift for you. You're also doing yourself a favor for when they come in. And here's the kicker. When you order naturally new pajamas today, you'll get a free naturally new nightie. That's a $75 savings on a very luxurious 2-in-1 complete gift. So you're getting something for free that would have cost you $75. Also, with Pajamagram, you can add gift packaging. So you can actually have something nice wrapped under the Christmas tree, okay? Unless there's guys out there that are talented, I'm not one of them. I can't wrap presents. So, like, for me, this is something where I'm hitting a home run in multiple ways because, A, she loves the gift. She loves the gift wrapping, and I'm treating myself a little bit. If you ask, that's one easy holiday gift that is sure to make her happy. And we all know how good it feels to win, so why not win this Christmas? In multiple ways. Hurry, go to Pajamagram today for naturally new pajamas before they sell out. That's naturally new pajamas at Pajamagram.com. Tell them Andrew sent you. Pajamagram.com. Hurry before they sell out.
Jason Stark plays on one station in Philly. 97.5 The Fanatic.
$124, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas. Final segment today before the best show ever comes your way at 2 o'clock. Tyrone and Ricky and Jen. 1 o'clock hour brought to us by Ferguson HVAC Line Conklin. Attention HVAC contractors for equipment, parts, and supplies for every heating and cooling job. Visit one of Ferguson's counter locations in Ben Salem, King of Prussia, Pennsauken, or Westchester. Now, Ray, I noticed something during the commercial break. So today's show is being presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more. Sign up now using promo code pregame. We don't have a pregame show tonight because the Sixers are in action. So we would not be able to do the pregame show tonight leading up to Eagles-Seahawks. But we've been building our SGP. And let me tell the people right now, our $10 SGP would win you $3,400 if it hits. The legs, A.J. Brown over 6.5 receptions. DeAndre Swift, 25-plus alternate receiving yards. Eagles money line, over the 24.5 total points for the Birds. DeAndre Swift, 50-plus rushing yards, Jalen Hurts, anytime touchdown. Got to go with that tush push. A.J. Brown, alternate receiving yards of 70-plus. Devontae Smith, alternate receiving yards of 40-plus. Metcalf, alternate of 50. Noah Fant, tight end for the Seahawks, 25, alternate receiving yards. Dallas Goedert, 4-plus receptions, and the over alternate total of 40.5. A $10 bet on that 12-leg parlay would win you $3,465. That'd be nice.
Could use it.
But I found something interesting because the odds changed during the break. Originally, the Eagles were minus 180 on the money line. And for them to cover the spread of 3.5 was closer to plus money. Now, all of a sudden, as the day has continued, the money's starting to come in on the Eagles. Eagles now minus 194 on the money line. And to cover the 3.5, it's a payout of minus 115. So money now coming in on Philadelphia. More. I don't do the whole, Vegas tells you this. I don't believe in it, even though, I should, because they're very smart with the way they set their lines. They are. They're very smart. But this is one of these things where all of a sudden, with everything going on, you would think the line would change and go in favor of the Seahawks. With everything going on, the money's still coming in on the Eagles. It's got to make you feel a little bit better, no?
They're listening to Rappaport, but it is. They hear Hurts, likely, Smith, unlikely.
So that's all it comes down to?
Well, if we're talking about public money coming in, one team's got its quarterback, the other team doesn't. Listen, I'm I'm no rocket scientist on that one, but that would make me feel a little bit more encouraged if I was just a part of the general public, throwing my wager around. I'll be honest. The saving grace for me right now is that.
Okay.
One team's going to have its quarterback,
and
the other
one team
isn't.
won't. All right.
Even though I don't love the fact that my quarterback, there's a chance he wasn't going to travel. He had to go cross country on a flight alone, pressurized cabin.
No, maybe he was able to rest.
Cool. That's great. I don't remember anyone ever advising me, you feel sick? Take a trip. That'll clear it up for you.
Well,
Go in the air.
You're not sitting in, he's sitting on a jet, man.
Yeah, he's sitting on a jet, but the jet is still in the air. The cabin is still pressurized.
He's good.
He's still a human being.
He's taken care of up there, man.
I'm sure they're taking care of him. I'm not dismissing the fact they're taking care of him.
I don't think our flights are the same as theirs.
No, I can assure you.
Oh, yeah.
I can assure you that it's not the same. Okay?
All right, I have a question from Brian, our man Brian Brothers. He asks, when do we start looking at the players? And not just because of lack of play. He continues by saying the players complained and talked about Gannon when he was the defensive coordinator. Now they're talking about Desai. Now, they didn't talk about Gannon until after he was gone. But Chauncey Gardner-Johnson put out that tweet that he deleted, which is why Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, I knew would become a hate to face for me if he left, because he was just so annoying the entire offseason with the deleted tweets and photoshopping himself in other jerseys. It was very annoying. And then he took a shot at Philadelphia. But remember, he put out the tweet that Gannon did not put them in a position to make plays. Now, all of a sudden, players on the Eagles are maybe talking about Sean Desai. Is it a cultural issue? Is it a locker room issue? Apparently, they all liked Desai. They just didn't like his lack of confidence. Like, that's the report that we've been seeing by, guys like Jeff McClain. I know Mike Florio put out Jeff McClain's report and kind of also talked about the lack of confidence from Sean Desai. Let me play this one more time for you. This was Fletcher Cox. Fletcher Cox talking about not necessarily the coaches. This is a week for them to come together, but whether or not the players can do it.
Hard getting our way out, so it's one of the things, man. Tough, 2 in a row. I think the biggest thing for this team now is, really find out who the dudes are. And that's always the case. I've been part of teams where the dudes in the locker room do something about it, and I've been a part of teams where it kind of crumbles. But now it's time to see the real leadership, the real players, the guys that's elite on this team, myself included, step up and do something about it. Get this team, another win.
And I believe in guys like Jason Kelsey and Lane Johnson and Fletcher Cox and Brandon Graham. There are some great veterans on this team. I believe in Jalen Hurts, even though he's only in year 3 as a starting quarterback. But I believe in Jalen Hurts being that leader of the locker room. But then you have Darius Slay, who's on his podcast talking about how I played well, but the rest of the team played like crap. And then, Ray pointed out in the clip from his podcast. You can play it one more time, Ray. Here's Darius Slay on his podcast.
Let me address this. I saw a photo on the internet with a trash can with me and my boy James Bradbury on there. Come on now. Like, come on. And y'all know I'm a big time troller. I like to have fun. I ain't take it personally at all. So you see that as my profile pic. I think it's a nice pic, man. So come on now. I'm a troller, and I like to have fun, man. I think it was a good joke, man, good funny, but I think I played pretty good. I think I done had a very, very solid game, man. I think I had like 2 or 3 PBUs, making plays, no catches, no nothing. Come on now. Out of all days, you want to put the trash can out there when I had a perfect game. So I could have did a lot of stuff better, but maybe could have picked the ball, could have made some other plays, but overall, the game was great by me. You know what I'm saying? But as a team, we play worth the
God, every time I hear it, I feel more and more gross. Like, that's terrible, dude. You literally playing for the name on his back. Like, that's the definition. Like, I played fine. The rest of the team stunk. I know we've all had that. Like, you ever played sports growing up, if you lost 10-3, but you knocked in 3 runs, like, you're going, I had a good game.
Well, even in other lines of life, I made the comparison over the weekend after this show today.
Yeah.
You know, if you feel it didn't go well, you go home and say to Christy, wow, Ray did not run a clean
was terrible,
board.
but I was great.
His focus was gone. I thought I did a pretty good job at work today, but Ray destroyed the show. That's fine for you to say to Christy.
You don't say it publicly.
Yeah, if there was, Channel 6 waiting for you outside, I don't want you saying that into a camera.
And then you made the good point, see, because you had a great show today, Ray.
Thank you.
Christy the opposite.
Appreciate that.
You made a great point of he brought up the Bradbury trash can, but then didn't say anything about James playing a good game. He played about I played a good game. And there was another sign out there, and one of them was fire Sean Desai. And he made no comment about that. And you start to wonder, all right, so is he anti-Sean Desai? Remember, Darius Slay had a very good year last year, made plays in the Jonathan Gannon system. He may have liked Jonathan Gannon's system more than Sean Desai's system. And now the guy that's going to be calling the plays is a guy that he had a beef with in Matt Patricia. Now, Darius Slay's not playing tonight, and who knows when he's back. I guess he's back come playoff time. That was all the reports. One of the things I found interesting, now, I don't know when this started, because he's been bothered by the knee for a couple of weeks now. I believe it was Todd Herman's tweeted out, this is something you get done during the bye week. Now, here's the deal. They had to come out of the bye week, Chiefs, Bills, 49ers, Cowboys. If anything, this was the time to do it because it's Seahawks, Giants twice, and Cardinals. And you would hope or like to think that even without Darius Slay, they should be able to handle their business against the lesser opponents that they have in front of them. I know tonight's the Seahawks not as bad as Cardinals and Giants, but I can't blame. First off, we don't know the status of Darius Slay's knee from a couple weeks ago, so that's unfair to even put out there. In my honest opinion, I know Todd Herman's playing in the NFL, but I think it's unfair. You don't know how his knee was a couple weeks ago. But if he got that done during the bye, he still would have missed 2 to 3 games, and 2 to 3 games would have been Chiefs, Bills, and 49ers. And it took a defensive effort to beat the Chiefs. I don't know if they would have won as many games without Darius Slay. I just think it's kind of unfair to point that out.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, timing-wise, this checks. I mean, would I prefer to have him going against the Seahawks complement of receivers? Yeah, of course. But timing-wise, if you think this is going to have him ready for the postseason, I understand it compared to. And, it's hard for me to think that they would have put him in a position of peril the last couple of weeks. His knee is really not good enough to be out there playing. But we're going to force him out there.
Yeah. I don't think so either.
That's tough for me to, because it gets worse, then you don't have him for the rest of the way.
Right, which you need him. Whether you like Darius Slay or not, you need him. Even though he's pissing me off with his comments on his freaking podcast, you still need him. I just hope he can, I hope that's not crushing people in the locker room either. You can't. I was fine. Come on, man. Nobody wants to hear that.
No.
If I'm one of his teammates, I'm not really happy seeing that or hearing it. Or if I'm one of those other veterans, because he's a veteran in the NFL. Do you think BG's goes up to him and says, "Yo, dude, cut it out, man"?
Again, it's the public-facing thing, too, because it's not something they break it down film. If he had a good game, at some point that's going to come up. The room's going to know that, hey, he wasn't the one that lost you this game.
Right.
But you don't need to put that out.
And
publicly.
what happens if he has a bad game? Obviously he's not playing tonight, but what if his first game back, he doesn't have a good game?
If defense looks good tonight under Patricia.
Well, yeah,
and the irony of him not being out there when Patricia takes over.
Oh yeah,
it's ripe.
It's a Brian Windhorst. What's going on in Philadelphia?
Yeah, nothing but.
Right, but no. Conspiracy theorists, look,
right.
You can run with this one.
Yeah, you could.
All right, so we had 2 polls running. We'll get back to the phones in a second. Are you happy the Eagles handed over defensive play calling duties to Matt Patricia? 79% say yes to just 21% saying no. The other question, the decision to hand over the defense to Matt Patricia can be described as a, quote, panic move by the Eagles, because that's what a lot of Eagles fans were saying on social media yesterday. Emotionally, how do you respond to seeing the Eagles make a move like this so late in the season? 2 options: happy that needed needed it to happen, or panicked, too much drama. Well, not much different, a little 10% swing, but 70% are happy with the move. 30% panicked. Too much drama. Let's go back to the phone and talk to Uncle Frank. Uncle Frank, what's up, man?
Happy football manic Monday, man. How's everybody?
I'm doing good. Have you seen anything like this before? At least here. Like, I know what happened with Baltimore, but this is crazy.
No, honestly, and I was thinking back in my faded memory banks. Oh, by the way, tell Ray I said hi.
Hi, Uncle Frank.
By the way, yeah, this Slay, man, you got to stop playing that. He is a one-way motherfucker.
Oh, I got to play it because I think it's an issue. And I don't know who stops him. Like, it's his podcast. He can do whatever he wants, I guess. But, like, if I'm a teammate, if I'm Nick Sirianni, or if I'm Sean Desai, I'm going, yo, dude, like, I don't care. Good for you, man. You played well. We talked about it. We gave you your credit during the film room. But I can't have you going out there and taking shots at your teammates pretty much.
Oh, that's terrible. Lion team.
He's making indirect shots at the team.
Yep.
The 49ers game, I tackled well. Dude, you guys gave up 42 points, 6 straight drives.
Blown out of the water. You can't set yourself aside from. What's it? What's he have a room with just his locker in it?
Yeah.
I mean,
Who knows?
So, when I first heard the news, right, about the DC change, I thought, I still think it was a knee-jerk reaction that is considered a drastic measure. Now, I was talking with certain sports enthusiasts, Andrew, whom you and I both know,
okay,
who really like the move. But I'm with you guys. I didn't like the move. I think it was born out of an alarming mindset or alarmist mindset, if you will. I'm
not, Uncle Frank, I'm not anti the move. My question is, my God, what's going on behind the scenes where it led to this?
Well,
right? Like, we'll find out tonight. Like, I don't think Sean Desai had the best personnel to work with. Now, I could be wrong. Matt Patricia go out there. The Eagles forced 3 turnovers today.
Do you not think the defensive line was gassed?
I think it was.
Yeah. And I think the two were like the do-si-do. The two mindsets are dance partners. And you're spot on. It must have come from the top. And listen, great show. Go Birds.
Go Birds. You're the man, Uncle Frank. Yeah, I mean, look, Sean Desai's been terrible the last 2 weeks. I can't completely kill him for the job he's done this year when he actually has had good games as the defensive coordinator. You know, for as bad as the last 2 weeks were, I could, give the moments of the Tampa Bay game. You know, you're missing your slot corner, so you move James Bradbury into the slot to go up against Chris Godwin, and he did a tremendous job locking him up. You know, he was able to piece around some talent, or, piece around some talented play with Zach Cunningham and Nicholas Moreau. But that's only going to last so long until a team figures out how to attack those guys. Now, is he winning the adjustment battle? Not the last couple of weeks, clearly. But at some point, I got to go, all right, how much is it based off of the personnel as well? Doesn't mean I think he's done a tremendous job this year to get them to 10-3. We've done this exercise a couple of times. How many games did the defense win it for the Eagles? How many games did the Eagles offense win it for the team? And how many times was it a joint effort? I would say the defense won like the first 2 games of the season, maybe first 3 games of the season. Joint effort and a couple of others, but then it was all offense. The last 2 weeks, you've lost because of both sides of the ball and coaching. Like, the defense has had moments where they've been okay. The last 2 weeks were just drastically bad. Now, was it fair to get to the point where you had to move the dude out of his position? I then go back to what John Harbaugh said. I credit Zach Berman for finding the quote. Harbaugh said in his press conference back in 2012 when they did this, by the way. They've made this exact same move. He said it's not whether it's fair, not about fair or unfair. It's about what's best for the team. And they clearly probably feel that what's best for the team is moving on from Sean Desai and putting Matt Patricia out there. You go back to the move itself, hiring Matt Patricia to be on the team staff. You could think a genius move. You brought in a very inexperienced defensive coordinator. We played you that Adam Schefter cut last segment when he was on with the Pat McAfee show. They hired Sean Desai because of everything that unfolded. Jonathan Gannon was supposed to be here for another year until he took the job, and he was doing the job behind closed doors. It made them lose Vic Fangio. So they had to hire out of a smaller crop of defensive coordinators. And that's when they landed on Sean Desai. And they said, you know what? Let's hire Matt Patricia here. It kind of goes back to the Sixers coaching staff and when Doc Rivers was here. They had, 4 former head coaches on that coaching staff? I had no problem with that. Give me more minds. Maybe there's more ideas that come out of it. So I was cool. Like when they hired Matt Patricia to be the senior advisor or whatever, I had no problem with it. I just wondered the whole Darius Slay, Matt Patricia dynamic. Clearly there was beef in the past. I thought it was a good move. It may end up being a genius move, hiring him so that he's in-house, because if you don't have him, what else are you going to do? You're not going to move on from Sean Desai for who? Like, who else? You're only doing this because you have Matt Patricia, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yes. But then what's your faith in Matt Patricia?
Well, we'll find out. Find out tonight. At least we'll get a start tonight. Now, let me ask you a question. This is totally unrelated, but kind of related. If you're Brian Johnson, what's going through your mind right now?
I said this weekend.
Did you? Okay.
Yes. Of the question of, because I think it might have been someone had checked in with the idea, the player council spoke on that guy. So that's you have to respect it. And if that's really the case, where the players tuned out a guy and they got their wish on that quickly, you're Brian Johnson. You're can I see everybody's phones? I want to know who's texting some reporters.
Well, yeah, because it was Monday of last week, the day after the loss. Derek Gunn reports that a player texted him anonymously and said that our offense has become too predictable. And then later that week, Sean Desai is the guy that gets the hook. Brian Johnson's still here, still offensive coordinator, still calling plays. But let's say the offense doesn't move all that great today. When does he get it's not whether it's fair or unfair, it's what's best for the job, and Nick Sirianni takes over play calling, even though he said he's not. However, he said that about Sean Desai earlier this week, too, or last week.
At least for Johnson's credit, the numbers season long haven't dipped to a point where production level has dipped to the defense over the last couple weeks, where it's like, okay, this has become a massive thing. But yeah, I'd be sweating a little bit. I'll be honest. Can we believe that we're living in a world where Michael Clay seems like the coordinator that's got the coolest seat? That it's just hanging out?
Yeah, whereas going into the season, I still remember the Tim McManus article. Every reporter that covers a specific team on ESPN.com put out a tweet, put out a story of who's on the hot seat going into the season. Some was position, like quarterbacks on some teams. Some was head coaches. And the only one that was on the hot seat for the Eagles, really, because you felt great going into the season all over the board, was Michael Clay. He's the guy that's actually been fine this year. Look what happens when you get rid of Aaron Sipos and you get in a real punter in Braden Mann.
I mean, it's just wild. But yeah, like you said, with Brian Johnson, it's like, they felt some type of way about a guy they didn't think was executing it up to the highest level. Interesting.
And players are talking about Brian Johnson. That's step one. I know numbers are there. But players have since spoken out, and I know there's no doubt in my mind they addressed it in a meeting at some point. You know what I hoped. My hope in that meeting was that they said, you're right, let's move on, without even trying to find out who said it. But if I'm Brian Johnson, I'm starting to sweat a little bit, going, oh, wait, just because it's week 14 means I'm still not 100% safe?
I got the tweet from Delco Pete last night. Said,
all right.
Yeah, good thing they did it on one side of the ball. Next up, bring in Reich as an offensive analyst and do the same thing.
Would you be shocked? This is man.
This is for Frank.
This is for Frank.
No, tonight's for Sean. It's his guy that's been pushed aside.
Maybe. Who knows?
It's not for Desai tonight. None of it's for Desai. Desai is.
No, you know what tonight is?
Looking for tonight's
to squash a lot of issues. It's not about Sean Desai. It's about squashing a bug.
Can I tell you, I haven't stopped thinking about that teetering piece of audio since he said it. And I now listen to it so many times, I can hear the part in the audio where you go,
yeah. No, I gasped. I was not, hand to God, I was not expecting that answer. I was asking the question because I thought it was like just the right question to ask based off of the week of leaks. And I thought Tim was going to say something like, it's what happens when you start losing some games, and it's been 2 bad losses, but they have the right people in-house to try to fix that. They'll get back, blah, blah. When he went teetering, take a listen one more time. Here was Tim McManus on Friday talking about the state of the locker room.
Yes, here's what I'll say about the state of the locker room from my vantage point. I think it's teetering. I think that this is a very important game because right now, let's go to another comment, even before, like after the first loss to the 49ers, where Fletcher Cox said the biggest thing is that we have to all stick together. That to me felt a little bit weird because it's like they're 10-2 at that point. It's like, why are they already talking about sticking together? And then offensively, as we know, they sputtered. And when that starts to happen and losses start to pile up, that's when everybody starts questioning things. For me, this is a very, very important week. If they go on the road and take care of business against the Seahawks, I feel like everything kind of smooths out. If they lose or if they get blown out, then I think that's where the questions get louder. The rumblings that you already seem like you're starting to hear are going to, I think, bubble to the surface more, and tensions are going to increase, and it has the chance to fall apart.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for that. I was not ready for that answer on Friday. Yeah.
I haven't stopped thinking about it since he said it.
And then that news breaks over the weekend. Let's go to Uriah in West Philly. What's up, Uriah?
Hey, what's going on? How you feeling?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I just wanted to comment on this Brian Johnson thing. I find it kind of crazy how they're calling him out after the Cowboys game, but there were 3 turnovers that happened by 3 of our star players.
Yeah, Brian Johnson was not the problem last week at all.
I don't think he's been the problem this season. I think the play calling could improve, but I think he's called enough plays for us to win those games on the offensive side of the ball. The defensive side, I'm okay with the Matt Patricia move. I feel much more comfortable to have an experienced guy come in there and help us out. But, Sean Desai, man, I don't know, man. I understand your point of view. He hasn't had the best personnel, but we have enough guys on that defense, enough good players for him to make some better calls.
The only thing I'm excited to see is what does Matt Patricia do differently, right? I mean, he has been with the team all year. You can't make some drastic change, but I'm just hoping that players get in a position to actually force turnovers. They're in the bottom. They're 25th in the league in turnovers this year. Like, that needs to change because this defense is – I know you say they have some guys on this team, and they do. I don't think it's talented enough where they're going to win games holding teams under 20 points. So it might just need to take a play or two in order to win like they did against the Bills.
That's true. I think if we can lock in more on these third downs, it shortens a lot of this production that these teams are coming out with. If we can focus in on these third downs on defense, I think that'll really help us out. And really,
oh yeah, I mean you get off the field, and by the way, you give your offense more chances to score. I appreciate the call, Uriah. Enjoy yourself watching the game tonight as much as you can. Football Mondays on The Fanatic, presented by Pierce Phelps, Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com for flexible spending options on a new heating and cooling system. Our show today was presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more. Sign up now using promo code pregame. Want to let you know that as the weather gets colder, even though it's 60 degrees outside today, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get all the action. The app's super easy to use. Wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. We put together a 12-leg parlay where $10 wins you $3,400. It's so much fun to mess around with on your FanDuel Sportsbook app. And if you're a new user and you bet the Eagles money line, a $5 bet will score you $150 if the Eagles win, which I think they do. So visit FanDuel.com/pregame. That's FanDuel.com/pregame. FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. You got to be 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-triple bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. I hope all of our nerves are at ease come midnight tonight. If not, there was chaos in the streets last week after the Eagles lost to the Cowboys. I can't even imagine what it would be like if they took the L tonight. Ray, has today made you feel any better?
No.
All right. Enjoy yourself tonight watching the game.
Oh, I will.
Thank you, everybody who called and tweeted in the show. We got the best show ever coming your way next. They continue the coverage of Eagles-Seahawks as much as they can, and also the drama that's at NovaCare. Everybody have a great rest of your Monday. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Is it game time yet? I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by FanDuel. This holiday season, all your wishes are coming true with FanDuel. Download the app now at FanDuel.com/pregame. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Eagles play the Seahawks tonight on Monday Night Football. Coming off the back-to-back blowout losses, no shortage of drama with this team over the weekend. First up, Jalen Hurts is questionable for the game due to an illness that forced him to travel separate from the team. The good news from Ian Rappaport, Hurts is likely to play tonight. On the defensive side of the ball, plenty to talk about. Sean Desai stripped of his defensive play calling duties and sentenced to the booth. Matt Patricia now taking over the defense. He'll be down the field calling the plays. In injury news, Darius Slay, Zach Cunningham, and Cam Jurgens are all out tonight. The good news from Sunday, the Cowboys got crushed by the Bills. Sixers back in action tonight. 76ers dominate bad basketball teams as of late, winning 6 straight games. Most recently, it was the big win of the Hornets on Saturday. Tonight, it's a matchup with the Bulls at 7. Catch the live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Flyers stayed hot over the weekend, being the Red Wings 1-0 on Saturday night. They'll be back in action Tuesday night against the New Jersey Devils. This update's also brought to you by Boost Infinite. Boost Infinite's new wireless technology gives you 3 networks for the price of 1 and better service at a lower price. Visit boostinfinite.com. That's boostinfinite.com. Keep it locked here for all the latest news and information. I'm Ray Dunn, the home for the Sixers and Flyers. 97.5 The Fanatic.
The best show ever. Opinion and conversation on Philly's hot sports topics. Tyrone Johnson, Ricky Battalico, and Jennifer Scordo. This afternoon at 2. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. Today's show is presented by FanDuel. Make every moment more. Use promo code PREGAME.
Hey, it's Ricky Bowe, and I want to tell you, construction sites are notoriously dangerous. It's not just the frequency of accidents that happen, it's the severity of the injuries that result. Whether the accident is caused by poorly maintained equipment, ignored safety regulations, faulty materials, weak scaffolding, or exposed electrical hazards, the employer is often negligent and at fault. But they'll try and blame the employee in order to escape potential liability. That's why, as soon as you experience an accident, you need to call 1-800-JUSTICE and get a free consultation from the personal injury experts at Swartz Culleton. You may be eligible for more than just workers' compensation. If there's a third-party liability from property owners, equipment manufacturers, or other contractors on site, they'll find it. And they'll make sure you are properly reimbursed for recovery, rehabilitation, loss of income, plus non-financial aspects like pain, suffering, and emotional distress. Need to know more? Visit SwartzCulleton.com or call 1-800-JUSTICE. In this David versus Goliath battle, they're the ones